9 o'clock, and we are almost going to get started. All right, it is now 9 o'clock on Tuesday, June 16th, 2026. We're going to call to order the Board of Supervisors regular meeting. Let the record show that all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Chris Lopez, who will be arriving momentarily. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session?
No additions or corrections.
All right, we have closed session items number 1A through C. Is there any public comment on our closed session agenda this morning? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and recess to closed session. We'll be back here at 10:30 a.m. for the remainder of the meeting.
Diego, can you hear me?
Good morning, Valerie. I hear you now clear.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
Thank you.
Let's see. It's 10:31. I'm going to call this meeting to order. I'm the vice chair. Our chair will be back momentarily. We'll start with a roll call vote. Did I say roll? Roll call. My apologies. We'll start with a roll call.
Yes, let the record reflect Supervisor Church, Supervisor Alejo, and Vice Chair Supervisor Daniels are present, with Chair Root Askew and Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly. Oh,
Supervisor Lopez is also present. Are there any additions or corrections by County Council? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. My apologies. Let me get to the right page here. All right. Can I have the announcement, please, for the Spanish interpreter services by Diego Celis?
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lento y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una breve pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Diego. And now for the Pledge of Allegiance, Supervisor Alejo, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, if we could all rise for our nation's pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Clerk, are there any additions or corrections to today's agenda?
There are none.
Thank you. And then we will start with our ceremonial resolutions. We have only one today that is going to be presented. We are adopting a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey designating the county as a sanctuary for transgender, queer, non-binary, gender fluid, and intersex individuals. And this is presented by Supervisor Root Askew to Sarah Sturtevant? Sturtevant. Sorry, Sarah. My apologies. Former colleague and Supervisor Root Askew, Chair Root Askew is here right now to make that presentation.
I'll move approval.
Oh, sorry. First, we're going to approve the two ceremonial resolutions. Chair Askew, I am not ready for this obligation next January. We have two ceremonial resolutions, and Supervisor Alejo has moved to approve. Is there a second?
And we need public comment real quick.
All right. Is there a second? And then I will go to public comment.
I'll second.
Thank you. Supervisor Church, let's open public comment for our two ceremonial resolutions. Is there any public comment in the room? Is there any public comment online?
There are none.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The motions pass. The resolutions pass.
All right. Thank you all so much for joining me up here. We've got folks from our Monterey County LGBTQ plus ERG. Thank you all for being here today and joining us and for bringing this resolution forward as well. It's Sarah, I will start by thanking you and the county's LGBTQ plus employee resource group. This resolution exists because of you and your colleagues identifying a gap between what Monterey County says it believes and what it has formally committed to. So with this resolution, we intend to close that gap and state where we as a county stand and what we will continue to do in service to not just our employees, but all of our residents here in Monterey County. So we know that a resolution alone doesn't make anyone safe per se. This piece of paper doesn't do that, but it does put very clearly on the record and it says, if you are transgender, non-binary, gender fluid, gender queer, or intersex, and you live or work here in Monterey County, you belong here. You make our community stronger and more vibrant, and county resources will not be used against you. Our health department is committed to continuing to build out our Rainbow Connections network so that affirming care is something that you can actually find and access when you need it. We're also committed to being a workplace where our 5,000 employees can be themselves and be respected and valued for exactly that. 2 weeks ago, we presented the Pride resolution, and we talked about pride as resistance. And this resolution is what that looks like in practice. It's specific, it's binding, and it came from those working closest inside this county government. So to our ERG, I want to say on behalf of my county Board of Supervisors that I get to stand here representing, thank you for your persistence, thank you for your resilience, thank you for continuing to raise these issues so that we can take the actions necessary to be clear about who we are, where we stand, and what we're committed to. So on behalf of the county, we provide this resolution of the Board of Supervisors designating Monterey County as sanctuary for transgender, genderqueer, non-binary, gender fluid, and intersex individuals. Thank you.
Can I hand this off to you? So I just want to say thank you to the board for all of your support, and of course, Supervisor Root Askew's willingness to put this forward so quickly, as well as Elsa Jimenez, our public health director, who convened a meeting on an incredibly short notice so that we could get this done in June and be able to have it be a piece of Pride Month. So I appreciate that. I also want to say that today's vote is a profound victory for the LGBTQ plus community in Monterey County. While state laws like SB 107 provide a legal shield, it is local actions like this resolution that build an actual sanctuary. We thank the board for listening to local advocates about the gaps in our care networks and for sending a clear, life-saving message to our youth. You belong in Monterey County, and your rights will be fiercely protected. Thank you.
Rainbow Connections.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm so grateful to work in Monterey County and have a board that has supported every move that I personally have made within the Behavioral Health Bureau to build the network of affirming care for LGBTQ plus youth and their families so they can see us. I already know we're here. We just need to be more visible to them and to their families. So every door they walk through, they know they're safe, they're welcome, they're protected, and that we value them. So thank you so much on behalf of the Behavioral Health Bureau, and thank you so much, Sarah, for bringing this forward, and David Rose and all of your advocacy, and of course, Wendy and Elsa Jimenez for all of your support.
And I'll just say that later on today, we're approving the Behavioral Health Services Act, which includes Rainbow Connections, continued funding, so that this county can continue the commitment that we started, putting not just our words on paper, but our money to deliver on those words. So yeah, that vote will happen next. So, all right. Okay, let's take a quick, can I invite my colleagues down? I think this is important. I was reviewing some as everyone walks down here, if you'd like to join us for a photo. I was reviewing some of our old resolutions. We have a flag a policy that we're reviewing also. And it was 2021 where we just spoke about, raising a rainbow flag. And so even in that short period of the last 5 years, I think to be able to be clear and more specific and continue to establish our position is important. So thank you.
I like that. Of this board.
That could be a cereal. Absolutely crunch. All right. Big smile.
One more picture.
One more photo, sorry.
Sorry, Chris. Hey, one more.
Chris, Glenn, one more photo. We're not done yet, sorry. Elsa, do you want to join us?
Come on.
Anyone else want to join us who's here? Yes,
Crystal, come on up.
Center and Haas want to join us?
That was a big sigh.
For me?
No, someone else.
They're comfy chairs.
Right in. Come on up front. Come on up front. Yeah, come all the way. I'm tall. You can join me up front. Yeah. Beautiful. We got room for everyone. Yeah. Right here. You want to come all the way in? Okay, you're good there. Okay. Oh, good. All right. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. All right, it looks like next up, we are moving to appointments. We have items number 4 through 8 for appointments. Are there any public comments on our appointments this morning? Seeing no comment, we have an motion from Alejo. Do we have a second?
A second.
A second from Church. All in favor? Aye. All right, approved. Thank you all for serving on our volunteer committees and appointments. I think on number 4, actually, I just wanted to call out, there were some names that were submitted by the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And just checking with Reed, was there any, I know you were going to present on that, we just approved it, the names that were submitted. Was there any specific choices of action that you needed on item 4?
No, following the adoption of the resolution, that would be all that was needed.
Okay, so we just approved. Do we need a separate vote to approve the resolution? We just approved the appointments, number 4 through 8 on the agenda.
I think that's inimical to the approval.
Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, well, thank you.
Do you need the presentation? I know you have a lot on your agenda. I'm happy to skip it.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's call it.
If the board's okay with that. Yeah. Supervisor Lopez, would you like the presentation? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we do have a very full
I just said
agenda
well
today.
done and don't sell past the yes. Just walk away.
Got it. All right. We also have some consent items, number 22 through 49. Were there any of those items pulled off of the corrections? No. Okay. So items 22 through 49. I'll start with public comment on the consent calendar. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar this morning? All right, I'm not seeing any hands raised. We'll bring it back to the board.
I just comment on 34, 38, 41, and 45.
34.
Just comment. 38,
Okay. 38.
41, 45.
41 and 45. Okay. Would you like to make those comments?
Yeah, it'll combine them all together. 34 is from public defender, 38, 41, and 45 for the ag commissioner. Just pointing out that they're not following the standard format, which I've think would be helpful if for the public to see a standard format on those. And
All right. Any other comments from the board on consent? And we have a motion, but we don't have a second yet from Lopez. Okay, we have a second from Alejo. I did have comments on item 32 and 47, and I'll briefly make those. In regards to 32, which is a PACE Systems Inc. contract for probation, I just want to note that the agreement states that PACE may collect, analyze data and other information relating to the provision, use, and performance of the service, and may use that information to improve and enhance the services for other department diagnostic and corrective purposes. The customer retains ownership of the data, but the agreement does not expressly prohibit secondary use or data aggregation, AI training, or sharing with third parties beyond the stated confidentiality provision. So I will be submitting I have submitted a referral to the CAO to take a closer look at data privacy protections that we have in place for all of our county contracts, just using this one to call out one of the reasons why we're putting that referral in. And then on item number 47, this is our capital improvement 5-year plan for 26 through 31. And it's not common that we have a capital improvement plan on the consent agenda, but
just want to be clear that there's nothing new or different in that plan than what we've already sort of committed to, and that the discussion on adding additional items to that CIP or making changes to that CIP will be coming back to the board in August. So just it's a significant commitment of our 5-year CIP, and didn't want it to go unnoticed in the consent agenda. So anyway, just calling that one out. All right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Alejo. We've gone out to public comment. All in favor? Aye. Right, consent calendar is approved. We are now at the point in the meeting for general public comments. For anyone who would like to share general comments on items that are otherwise not listed on today's agenda, but are within the purview of this county, we welcome your public testimony. We do ask that there be no signs or placards or demonstrations of yelling, clapping, stomping in the chambers. And we allow 2 minutes for public comment. So if you'd like to make public comment, please come on up.
Hello, MJ Donahue, Alliance on Aging. We all understand the difficult decisions and consequences that have been forced on us by Proposition 1. I respectfully request of you, Supervisor Daniels, Alejo, Church, Lopez, and ask you that you provide bridge funding for Alliance on Aging Senior Peer Counseling Program. While we all understand and support the goals of Proposition 1, the loss of preventative and early intervention funding creates an immediate gap for a program that has served Monterey County seniors for decades. Our trained volunteer peer counselors provide needed emotional support to older adults. These services help seniors before their challenges become crises, requiring more intensive and expensive interventions by the county. The Alliance on Aging Senior Peer Counseling Program is at risk of ending because the funding structure changed without consideration of the effects, and we do not have the reserve funds to carry the program forward. We are actively pursuing grants, partnerships, and alternative funding sources, but those efforts take time. Without bridge funding, seniors will lose access to a critical support system before sustainable funding can be secured. Let me be clear. This is the only mental health program in Monterey County designed specifically for and delivered by seniors. There is no replacement and no backup plan was proposed. I am asking the board to provide bridge funding that would allow our senior peer counseling program to continue operating while we work to identify long-term solutions. This is a fiscally responsible investment that will help preserve a proven program, protect vulnerable seniors, and prevent greater costs to our county in the future. More than 91,000 seniors residing in this county are watching, and they thank you for your consideration.
My name is Nan Heflin. As a licensed family therapist, I train and supervise the committed volunteers in the Senior Peer Counseling Program with Alliance on Aging. I urge you to find funding to support the mental health of older adults throughout Monterey County. Monterey County Behavioral Health previously recognized the value of the Senior Peer Counseling Program in the larger mental health care system. Alliance on Aging, in partnership with Monterey County Behavioral Health for the last 2 decades, navigated the changes of serving our diverse older adult community. With the elimination of the Senior Peer Counseling Program, the entire Monterey County Behavioral Health Integrated Plan does not propose even one program specifically designed for older adults. Yet, it was identified in the Behavioral Health Services Act as a vulnerable priority population, making up 20% of Monterey County's community. This is a disconnect, and it's a huge step backwards for seniors in our community. Seniors face enormous barriers when seeking mental health services, including finances, stigma, transportation, mobility, navigating the healthcare system, and lack of psychological and social support. Senior peer counselors have successfully addressed these barriers by providing emotionally supportive counseling in-home at no cost to the client, enriching the lives of both the client and the volunteers who are seniors themselves. This program has demonstrated significant benefits reducing social isolation, suicidal ideation, early cognitive decline, and educating folks about grief, loss, and the many challenges of aging. Senior Peer Counseling is an early intervention program that is cost-effective, built into the community via trained volunteers, alleviates a county workforce burden, and prevents the necessity for more costly services. Senior peer counselors have provided thousands of hours of individual and group counseling, with over 1,500 individuals served and over 1,600 group counseling participants. The savings today will come at a far greater price tomorrow. I urge you to please designate funding for the Senior Peer Counseling Program at Alliance on Aging. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Duverier, and I'm one of those trained, licensed peer counselor under Alliance on Aging. I'm also an ombudsman under Alliance on Aging. And I would like to ask you to take 1 minute and walk in somebody's moccasins. Think of yourself as being married for 50 years. You have no children, and you really don't have any family around. And you've just been told your husband has maybe 12 months to live. You are beside yourself, and now you are the main caregiver. Who do you go to? Who do you get to talk to? You get to talk to a senior peer counselor. She had somebody who could walk her through a lot of things that you don't do because you're so emotionally involved in the sorrow and the grief that you know you're going to be experiencing. We help people walk through their grief, to understand their grief, and to live through their grief. This is just an unbelievable, wonderful program, and I ask you to think about, what if this program doesn't exist? What would you do? What will they do? Please think of bridge funding for us, please.
Sorry. My name is Elizabeth Campos, and I am here to speak on behalf of the older adults that were impacted by the Alliance on Aging Senior Peer Counseling Program. I am a CSUMB MSW student, and during this last school year, I had the opportunity to intern with the Alliance on Aging Senior Peer Counseling Program. In my role, I co-facilitated support groups that took place in South County, Soledad, Gonzales, Greenfield, and King City. During these support groups, I had the privilege to meet older adults who graciously joined our groups and shared some of the most difficult around aging. Most of them are monolingual Spanish speakers. Some of them live alone and have very limited social and family support. And as we all know, they also face limited resources such as transportation. The groups were conducted in Spanish, utilizing a culturally sensitive approach. These groups were an avenue for older adults to engage in their community while also developing skills to support their mental health and overall well-being. The groups offered a safe space for them to come together and share their experiences and receive peer support. In our groups, we talk about grief, but not only grief about losing a loved one. But for example, what happens when you begin to lose your vision and you can no longer drive, cook, or care for yourself and become dependent on others? We spoke about other forms of grief experienced throughout the lifespan, such as the loss of independence, mobility, and cognitive decline. In our groups, we heard from some older adults feeling left alone and forgotten by our society. I urge you to please not forget about older adults in our community and to find funding for the Alliance on Aging Senior Peer Counseling Program. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Board, my name is Janine Chikarat, and I am here today to raise awareness on Park It and also ask for your help on that. So for those that don't know what Park It is a collaboration between the Point Lobos Foundation and state parks that's been going on for years to address the traffic problem in front of Point Lobos and that all the illegal parking that happens on a daily basis. They are at a point where my understanding is that the Monterey County Planning Commission has been working on approval for the past 18 months. Conditions are being worked through the California Coastal Commission, who has been collaborating with Parkett and State Parks, the permit author. The project is at a point where LUAC and the Planning Commission meetings need to be scheduled by the county as final steps to approve the reservation system. I actually had the opportunity to ride the shuttle. It will be in Marathon Flats is where the parking will be, and it is that's actually owned by State Parks. So they'll grade that area. They'll allow for parking there. They will shuttle people. It will be a reservation system, very similar to like a Muir Woods. Last week I read an article on Lake Tahoe, and Emerald Bay is doing this as well from South Shore. But we're just at a critical time, and if we can push it over the end zone in the next month or two, I've been told by the Parkett people they think they can get this up and running next summer. We're going to get crushed this year. We've got 3.5 years of the highway being closed. We've got a war going on, and people are not traveling overseas or doing domestic vacations. And we've got high gas prices, which in turn will force people to take shorter trips. And we've got a huge base population with a 100-mile radius of us. So we are going to see record crowds. I understand last weekend that people were parked as far down as Brad Pitt's home. So we need to address this, and I really could use your help. A little help from you, Coastal Commissioner Lopez, would be just nudge them for us, and anything you guys can do to get this scheduled, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hi. Ready? All right. So good morning, everyone. Chair, Board of Supervisors, county staff, and members of the community. I am Dr. Xander Jogovan, the proud superintendent of the Salinas Union High School District, and I'm here to share and express some gratitude to you. We want to express our sincere appreciation to the Board of Trustees, that's my team, Board of Supervisors, and the Monterey County Probation Department, and specifically Ms. Sonia De La Rosa, for your leadership, their leadership throughout this process. Over the past several months, myself as the superintendent, as well as our Board of Trustees, our principals, our team, our labor leaders, have stood firm and committed and engaged in many thoughtful conversations regarding the future partnership that has served over 25 plus years the students and community. While these discussions have at many times been difficult ones and making enormous decisions that impact so many students, we remain thoughtful and thankful that the deep commitment is apparent that the Board of Supervisors and the Probation Department are committed to serving the students of the Salinas Union High School District. I also want to acknowledge that the challenges facing the Probation Department in Monterey County, like many public agencies, you are being asked to balance evolving responsibilities, limited resources, and changing community needs, and we recognize that. These realities are not unique to your organization. It's also something that we are dealing with as well. Despite these challenges, though, the district team remained committed to finding common ground and advocating for the continuation of these services. And we are pleased to share that we have developed a tentative agreement that we can present to you, or your team will present to you in the July meeting, and we're optimistic that that will reach final agreement. And so with that, I just want to say thank you to each of you for remaining committed, and we look forward to a continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Cameron, very concerned Salinas resident. Salinas is salad bowl of the world. $4 billion ag industry, and I have several concerns. We may not have an air monitor here because CDPR removed it, and we truly don't know what we're breathing. However, we do have some data available through Spray Days. You can all sign up to Spray Days notifications and get one mile around your vicinity. I've done that for 2 schools. I'd like to tell you the tale of 2 schools. Since May 10th, there have been 24 methadone applications within 1 mile of University Park School between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. There's also been 25 at McKinnon Elementary School during that same time frame. Who signed off on this? Our Ag Commissioner. And I understand you're looking to increase his budget this afternoon. Item 41 on the agenda. I urge you to take this time to hold him accountable to making a true transition to organics, because our livelihood, our safety, our health depends upon it. Much more than just the farm workers, everyone in Salinas and the surrounding areas as well. He has failed us on several levels. While the state decreased organophosphates because of their brain harming ability, he increased them 54%, potentially putting over half of Monterey County pregnancies at risk. Are you holding him accountable for this? Are you asking for an air monitor in our area? Are you concerned? Do you have kids at these schools? And these are just two of many of the schools that are surrounded. So I urge you for a 1 mile buffer zone, which is something that the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee did urge. And it has been done at least with a ½ mile buffer zone in Imperial County. So right now we're at 1/4 mile. He could at least match Imperial County with 1/2 mile. We need 1 mile. Why? Because methanol is banned in 50 countries. I need another 2 minutes to educate you about that at another day. Please look it up. METHOMYL, methanol.
Thank you.
I don't know if can I do public comment twice if it's a different topic?
No, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Anyway, well, here, just throw that up there.
Thank you. We do have copies. That's 175 years of Monterey County's history, little booklet. Is there any public comment online? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Well, we do appreciate having everyone in chambers with us today. Thank you for your comments and testimony. And with that, we will move along to our scheduled morning items. Our first scheduled item this morning is item number 11, to receive an update on the potential real estate transfer tax affecting ultra high value residential properties in unincorporated areas. We do have this scheduled for a 30-minute presentation, but I'm gonna, I think, go to Supervisor Daniels.
Yeah, why don't I give an update?
Yeah, perfect, thanks.
So this morning we were going to receive an update after some talks that were going to occur last week, and the conversation last week was whether or not to proceed with the TOT and the real property transfer tax. And I asked you for a week's time to understand whether or not we would have the support of specific community partners, because moving this forward without that support is not responsible. We need to make sure that we have an effort on the ballot that is going to succeed. And so I'm here to report that we don't think that we have the support that we need. And with the data that we received from the poll, it's pretty clear that for sure a special tax, which was my intent, was to bring a special tax forward, is not going to pass. But what I do want to say is that not moving forward with this proposal doesn't change the fact that we are in a situation and we're facing a crisis that needs attention, and it needs intentional action to ensure that we are creating policies and problem solving the issue that our residents are unable to live here, that it is extremely difficult for our workforce to find places to live, and in particular in District 5 and on the Monterey Peninsula. So I've said a lot about this in my previous comments, in the previous meetings that we've had, about the crisis, why I think it exists, and what I think we need to do to address it. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing that today, but I am going to say that if we don't do this, that we really need to decide what we're going to do to address this challenge. Because for me, it has to do with the ultimate sustainability of our region, and what we're creating and what we're continuing to perpetuate is not sustainable. So I won't go into it any further, but just to say that it's unfortunate that this door is closing, but when one door closes, I think another opens. So the opportunities before us to work together as a board to really try to solve our housing crisis in whatever way that we're able to. So thank you.
I think that answers the question that we were looking for feedback on. Michael, did you have anything more to present on this? No? Okay. Let's open this up to public comment, and then we can give some clear direction. Is there any public comment on this item today? Seeing no one in chambers and seeing no one online, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Comment?
I just wanted to say we did already approve moving forward with the TOT tax measure for the November ballot. I think strategically focusing on that and having that be hopefully get the approval of voters successfully in November is the best strategy for this board to move forward as well. So I just wanted to restate that in the context of this being pushed over to this week. Thank you.
Any other discussion? No. Okay. I just thank you for the update, Supervisor Daniels, and I'm really disappointed to hear that that's the situation that we find ourselves in. I was holding out hope that we could find a path forward because, as you stated, the need for housing for our workforce, our middle-income workforce, is real. You've described some of the scenarios that play out in District 5 in great detail. And it's not just District 5 where we see housing that was historically family homes for people who work in our community, no longer being homes that are being purchased by people who are contributing to the economic base of our community as teachers and at the grocery store and at the gas station and at the city recreation departments. And the reality that I'm watching play out even in my own neighborhood is homes being purchased by folks who are not there full time, and until we get real about how we plan to address that need, it is an expensive proposition. But there are really solid options and innovative solutions that are out there in other communities, and I'm hopeful that window that you speak of opening can open as this particular door closes. And I will just also ask the community that chose not to stand up and support this particular piece of this particular ballot measure now, that we'd love to hear your solutions for how we keep our workforce housing available to workers and families here in this community, because it's a risk and a threat to all of us to not find and invest in these solutions. So with that, I don't think we need any action on this. All right, I'm not hearing a motion. And so we will close item number 11 and bring it to item number 12. Item number 12 is the adoption of a resolution approving our budget for 26-27. And I will pass it to our CAO for comments and our assistant CAO.
We'll have Michael present on the what would be for your board's consideration and adoption. There's a couple cleanup items that Michael will cover and Deja. And then we'll go from there. There's also a couple items that are being heard later today that will address additional questions that were asked as part of the budget presentation. So with that, I turn it over to the team, Michael and Deja.
Thank you, Board. Michael Beaton, Assistant CAO. With that, we're going to toss over to Deja to give you a little presentation about the fiscal year 2026-27 adopted budget with some of the changes that from the last board item and some of the corrections and also some of the report back items that the board has requested. So with that, I'll toss it over to Deja for presentation.
All right, good morning, Supervisors, Chair Ruth Askew, CAO De La Rosa, and good morning and thank you to the public and county staff who are joining us today. My name is Deja Cero, County Budget Director, and here to present the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget for the County of Monterey for final adoption. From the May 27th budget hearing, the Board of Supervisors requested a follow-up on a few items from both the Health Department and Sheriff Coroner's Office. For the Health Department, this would be the Behavioral Services Act funding impacts, which will be presented today as item 13 on the agenda. If I have that updated, I apologize if that is wrong, but is on the agenda for this afternoon. As for the sheriff, they will present the deputy operations staffing trend and alternative models immediately after this slide. As for the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program contract, also known as SCAP, that will be presented at a later time and later hearing to be announced. One quick update that is not on the slide that was an addition yesterday that I'd like to provide is regarding probation. Probation and Salinas Unified High School District have agreement is in the works. This would go to the board on June 23rd and then our board on July 7th, and only if they're able to make 5 probation officers work in SUHSD. A draft agreement was made yesterday for SUHSD in County of Monterey with a possible term of 6 months, with an option to extend through May 30th, 2027. Built into this agreement is a transition where the school district sites will adapt to probation officers not actively stationed on site. The draft is with their team now, and they are continuing to work on it. And so what we'll go ahead and go now is to the Sheriff Coroner's Office for their recommended budget follow-up presentation regarding the follow-up item that they have today.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Under Sheriff Keith Boyd here, present briefly for the Sheriff's Office. If I could be allowed to share my screen, I just have a brief slideshow that covers the follow-up question on the staffing, the brief staffing summary. So let me see if I can get my share here. Here it is. Sorry.
Under Sheriff, do we have a copy of that presentation?
I emailed it over to staff this morning, and I can.
We just hold for just a bit. We want to make sure we have that.
Sure. It's 4 slides.
Under Sheriff, if you could send over to myself, and I'll make sure that Valerie receives it so she could distribute to the board.
Okay, I'll send it.
Maybe while we wait, we've got it up. Who has that up? Oh, you've got it.
I have
okay.
it up sharing right now.
Okay, great. Thanks. Go ahead.
Are you viewing the slideshow at the moment where it sees the slideshow?
We are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just want to confirm. So the board had a couple questions on historical staffing trends. And so what we did is we looked back at past county budget books from fiscal 18 through projected fiscal 27, focusing on identifying what I believe was the question was the breakdown of deputy sheriff enforcement, deputy sheriff corrections, and then we have our professional staff. And this shows the FTE allocations for those classification groups during those fiscal years. And you can see in fiscal 18, we were at 118. The note from fiscal 20 to fiscal 21, when you look at enforcement deputies, there were 122 and then 112. During that fiscal year transition, 10 deputy sheriffs were reclassified from enforcement to corrections. So you see a correlating jump in the corrections staffing that year. So no new positions were added, but they were a reclassification. The next slide I have just addresses vacancies from fiscal 18. I was unable to pull data for 18, 19, and 20 for the start of the fiscal year, what the vacancy count was, but working with human resources, our analysts, I was able to get what the vacancy count for sworn staff and professional staff looked like at the start of each fiscal year. So those are the numbers. And then the augmentation request that was left undecided, looking for further guidance at the last hearing, was requesting the board to fund up to 7 vacant deputy sheriff's operations positions that are currently vacant. and the total cost per position is $185,547. And this is the cumulative cost if the board were to act on 1 to 7. And on our request would still be for the board to consider funding some of those 7 deputy sheriffs, to consider it. And I will ensure that the chart is sent over for the board to review. But I think this covered what the chair wanted, was like the historical, where the staffing stand. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Undersheriff. Do we want to have this conversation now before we move forward? Okay.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was just going to ask, if you would like to go ahead and vote on this further and discuss, the funding of the 7 vacancies.
Okay, so actually, and I'm just going to start. Undersheriff, I have a couple questions, and I think thank you for the chart. If you could put it back up on the slide, I think that would be helpful as we discuss it. But the positions, to just speak to FTEs, I think sometimes it's confusing because we have FTE positions that are allocated, we have FTE positions that are funded, and then we have FTE positions that are actually filled. So even if we go back one slide, so even when we're talking about, say fiscal year 18, having 118 positions allocated may not mean that all of those positions were funded, and having 118 funded positions doesn't necessarily mean that all of those positions were filled. So I think this is a helpful chart, but it's lacking the detail that I think would be helpful for us in trying to understand the full picture. And then I also understand that there's a type of position that is a position on loan, or it's a
allocation on loan.
An allocation on loan. And so I would also need to see the allocation on loan positions to be able to see the full picture of what our staffing is and what our staffing trends have been. So I don't know, is that information that the budget staff had, our CAO's budget team has? Because this is not, I think this tells a story, but I'm not sure it's an accurate story. It may be, I just don't know because I don't have all of the rest of the information.
Supervisor, I would offer that the positions that are noted on this chart minus the vacancies would give us our funded minus vacancy, which would give us what we were on, which we had funded positions. So in fiscal 26, we had 108 deputy sheriff enforcement. Only 103 of those were funded. And then minus, or we would add it could use some work. I could give it, I hear what you're saying, but it's the vacancy count is minus from the total positions, which are the funded positions. So I just didn't put them into one chart. It probably would have been more user friendly.
And then can you speak to the positions on loan? How many positions on loan are there currently?
Currently, the sheriff's office is utilizing 0 allocation on loan positions. We did use those in the current fiscal year. We started to use those during the current fiscal year. In using that, we determined was you're self-funding that program. So you have to fund paying for positions you put into allocation on loan through your existing budget. And what we determined after using it for several months was it's unsustainable in the model, as we had insufficient salary savings to continue on that path. So we moved those individuals who were sitting in allocation on loan back to vacant positions, thus filling those vacant positions. So we weren't in a position to have to try to double fund. And we determined it was not sustainable. We've had conversations with the risk director, David Bolton, about trying to look at the future, that if we were to use that program again, trying to ensure that we had a sustainable model of funding to reduce the risk exposure on the county for funding anything in that position. But currently we have 0 in allocation on loan.
Okay. And so to this point, then you're saying, for instance, in the fiscal year 2026, there were 108 deputy sheriff positions that were funded and filled, and 151 corrections positions that were funded and filled?
There were, between the two of them, there were 259 allocated positions, 254 were funded, and currently we have the vacancies noted that are basically based on the upcoming budget. It shows us what those 2 sworn and 6 professional staff vacancies. Currently, we still have those 7 vacant positions that you're considering on the book. So that's 9 and 6. So that's 15. So excuse me, that's 9 deputy sheriffs. So we have that 259 minus the 5 unfunded, which is 254, minus the 9 vacancies that we would currently have. Excuse me, the 7 vacancies that we would currently have, which puts us at 247.
Okay, I'm not sure I tracked all of those numbers, but I guess my point being that, so when I'm looking at this chart and it goes from 2026 with 108 deputy enforcement sheriff positions to 2027 down to 95, we're not actually talking about a loss of deputy sheriffs, like human being bodies, from 108 to 95.
No,
okay, so this is not, this is a
These are
misleading chart then in that regard.
These are the allocated positions within the budget, not
These
filled
don't represent
positions.
actual bodies.
Correct.
So this chart does not represent actual deputy sheriffs who have been fulfilling these obligations in the sheriff's office.
This chart only represents the allocated budget allocation.
Okay.
That does not include how many are actually in those positions, which currently we only have 7 vacancies that are sworn, which would, you take the numbers minus those 7, which would mean how many are sitting in those positions. We only have 7 vacancies.
Okay, got it. So I think before I can make any decisions, I need to see actual information that communicates how many bodies we have in these positions over time. So I'm looking for the allocated number of positions, the funded number, because sometimes we have allocated positions that aren't funded, and then how many are filled in each of these years, so that when we're presenting a story that appears to show that we're going from 108 deputies down to 95. If this board doesn't take action to fund 7 positions that maybe hadn't been funded in the past, I can't tell what the truth is there, and what the history actually looks like. So I think what I would like to have is to have that information pulled together. We can move forward with the budget adoption. In either case, we would be making a contingency allocation to fill these positions. And I would like to be able, I really would like to be able to support what the sheriff's needs are. But I'll be honest, I can't tell what those needs are by looking at this graph. So I'll open it up to my colleagues to see if there's discussion on this.
I just need I think I understand this here on the numbers back and forth, but I just want real clear clarification. For the 7 positions that are up here, if those are approved, then it would go from 95 to 102. Am I reading that right?
Yes. That is correct. If the 7 are filled, it would go from 95 to 102.
The funded positions would go, but not necessarily the bodies.
We currently have bodies that we can hire on July 1st if that funding is authorized.
Okay. Any other discussion on this?
Just continuing that, what would the final body count then be? If you did what you just said.
If the board authorized funding for the 7 positions, and then the board approved the budget with those 7 positions, we would then hire those 7 positions on the start of the next fiscal year, and our FTE count and filled FTE count would be 102 in that deputy sheriff enforcement classification.
Wendy, could you walk us through what you were just saying and what that means in terms of your interpretation?
Well, so the chart that we're looking at, it says that there were 108 allocated positions in 26, 112 allocated positions in 25. I want to know how many bodies there were in filled positions so that we can see historically. This doesn't necessarily represent, because if you're saying 100, if this gets us to 102, but we only had, say, 105 of these positions actually funded last year and only 100 of them actually filled, we're actually increasing. I'm just looking, there's a narrative that plays out about the board being responsible for the reduction in deputy availability. And I'm looking for accurate information to be shared with the public as well as with us, so that we're not talking about a position that's allocated and unfunded and unfilled doesn't represent a deputy sheriff responding to calls. A position that is allocated and filled, or allocated and funded, also doesn't represent a deputy sheriff. So I'm trying to understand, if we get to 102 deputy sheriffs, how does that compare to the total number of filled positions that we've had historically? And I don't have that information.
Would looking at this number, subtracting the vacancies, give us that?
Well, the vacancies, so that would be an allocated position.
But then there'd be vacant. So
but those vacant positions may not have even been funded.
Okay.
So what I would like to ask is the document that's in, I'm sorry that I had to step out. The document that's on the screen right now, is that something we received, or is this just something on the that the sheriff's office?
I apologize, Madam Chair. I had forwarded information over to the CO's office, and there was a miscommunication, and I had believed that it, in working with the budget office, that it would get to the board. I apologize. When learning that did not get over, I put this slide together, these slides together this morning to be able to present what I felt I interpreted the information for the historical. So I apologize for not having the information to you sooner. I'll take ownership on that. That was not my intent. When we look specifically at fiscal, and I do hear the chair's concerns. And when we do look at fiscal 26, the deputy sheriff enforcement is 108. There were 5 positions that were allocated in the budget but were not funded, so we were at 103. And then with the 7 vacancies, if they were lost, it would put us to 96. I have to apologize that you did approve at the last hearing 1 filled position, so that 95 should actually be 96. So the 7. If you authorize any position you authorized, if you authorize 1, if you authorize 2, we would be staffed fully. We have sufficient backgrounds and potential employees to hire immediately upon the start of the fiscal year. The sheriff's office has had people interested in coming to work for the county and coming to work for the sheriff's office. The challenge has been we've just been working with the budget office on this soft hiring freeze. And so we've kept these positions in their current status pending the final approval of the budget. We did not want to hire anybody and then potentially have to lay them off because funding wasn't authorized.
So I guess
we can provide more detail.
Is there a slide that you have that's available that could show us what you're showing us right now, fiscal years 18 through what we're projecting 2027, or fiscal years 18 through 2026, that shows us filled positions? Could you do
at this time? I don't have that. I could put that information together and provide you context on that later today, if that would be desirable. I could pull some from the HR reports I have. I could pull what the start of the fiscal year filled positions were for I believe 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
That would be really, I would like to be able to support the request that's being made, and I would like to have accurate information as we do so. And if the board would be willing to give the undersheriff a minute to pull that data together to get us a chart that shows the total allocated positions, funded positions, and filled in 3 columns, I would like to be able to support what action we end up taking, but I'm not prepared to do so with the information that we have in front of us. Is there interest from the board to have this return with an updated chart?
Yes.
Anyone else like to weigh in? Or if you'd like to make a motion?
Motion on the entire budget or on just this item?
We're giving direction on this item.
What I'm confused by, I guess, in the place that I still remain uncomfortable is a larger picture question about the sheriff's budget regarding a different item, which is the flock cameras. I know there was not support for those, but it was stated that the sheriff can do what they want with the budget once it's assigned to them. But now I'm hearing, well, we're trying to say, well, we want it for these positions. It's hard, right? This is the control that we have, but what is the outcome we're looking for? And historically, there's not been many years that the sheriff's budget has remained within its bounds. And so as we come to the end of this year, it's just a bigger question, right? Where are we going to end up? And with all of these different pressures and demands, I don't know that even the data you're requesting is going to settle my mind on these positions. It's a bigger question to me about the quantity of money we want to allocate for the sheriff to conduct the business that we expect them to conduct on behalf of the residents and meet the constitutional duties that they have to. That's me being more realistic about the overall numbers and the approach. So I hear what you're saying. I don't mind waiting and giving you a third vote to come back to hear additional information, but big picture, I'm just being realistic about the expectations that we're setting around body counts, non-body counts, because at the end of the day, what they do with that budget is their call. It's an overall question about how much money and how many positions can be funded with that, even though they may not be, if that makes sense.
Chair? I was just going to say, I think we agree. And what I was told last time that this item was before us was this level of detail is how the sheriff's able to articulate what that need is, right? Whether it's flock cameras or bodies. And what we do need to understand, because we are concerned, all of us, about the resources that are spread thin throughout the county, what they look like now and what the need is. And it's also countering that, the argument that if we don't do this, there'll be less bodies in our neighborhoods. And we need to know really what the reality is today and what the impact of the decisions we make might be in terms of deputies and resources in our districts. So I think it makes sense. It's just a clearer, cleaner picture of what the reality is today would be helpful. If today is baseline, we need to know what that number is. And I don't think that's what we have yet.
Yeah, the new system, the new ERP system is actually going to separate between services and supplies and salaries and benefits. So it'll give us a better idea of where the resources are being allocated. And there will be a piece where our office would be involved working with the sheriff if there is a transfer between the two. And I know that was something that was difficult for departments that are used to using funds from salaries and benefits in services and supplies or the other way around, but it just provides that greater clarity that you're looking for.
Thank you. So I think that gets to Supervisor Lopez's question. Supervisor Alejo, did you have anything else to? Okay, so I think we've got support to have this get updated with some accurate, more additional information. Thank you, Undersheriff, for this initial report, and we'll bring it. We have the ability to approve the budget, have this come back this afternoon, and do a contingency allocation. Correct? Yeah. Okay, so we'll pass the floor back to you. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Madam Chair, may I ask just one clarity? So total allocated, total funded, filled. I just want to make sure I'm
yeah, by each of the
giving
categories.
you what you want. I just want to make sure that.
By the 3 categories that you have listed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I will move on to the next slide. So here's for the fiscal year 2026-27 adopted budget at a glance. This is all fund. So the high level look at what we'll be adopting today, which authorizes a $2.35 billion in appropriations, offset by $2.28 billion in revenues, and to balance the budget, we're using $65.5 million in fund balance. This is for a total of 5,709.3 full-time equivalencies, FTEs, in our all funds budget. Looking at just the general fund for adopting this year for FY 26-27, we're looking to authorize $1.02 billion in appropriations, offset by $991.3 million in revenues. And to balance the general fund, we're using $32.9 million in fund balance for a total of 3,446.75 FTEs. For this coming year, we had some recommended budget technical corrections. We had 3 of those. And for those, we had the Sheriff's Office had a status quo 1.0 FTE filled Deputy Sheriff Operations position. In the interim of us presenting the recommended budget, this position became filled for $185,547. The next two do not have any fiscal impact. They were just to authorize FTE, which one was in the Department of Emergency Management for a vacant emergency services planner position, and that is a 1.0 FTE. Another is in the Treasurer Tax Collector. This was a missing authorized reallocation of 1.0 FTE for a new accounting technician position from existing 1.0 FTE senior account clerk position. Again, no funding impact. This is a full overview of the fiscal year 2026-27 recommended budget to the adopted budget being presented today. The CAO's recommended budget provided $26.2 million in augmentations, with the majority focus of retaining our current workforce in filled status quo positions. During the May 27th budget hearing, the board approved existing augmentations as modifications to the recommended budget in a total of $3.6 million, as well as added a new modification to create a reserve assignment for the Emergency Operations Center of $500,000 for a total of $29.8 million in augmentations for the 26-27 budget. The May 27th budget hearing summary, this is a high-level summary by fund for our board-approved modifications. So we're going to, for the FY 26-27 budget is $1.0 million in 478 Building Improvement and Replacement Reserve Fund to fund unscheduled facilities maintenance, $1.1 million in Measure AA to fund one-time projects in housing and community development, CAO's Homelessness Strategies and Initiatives Program, and the Pajaro Library. $1.5 million in unassigned fund balance to fund $384,000 for 2 FTE corrections to the recommended budget, another $428,000 for 2.25 FTE position restoration modifications, and $1.1 million for status quo operations.
So I think we do want to add one more technical correction. It's in your PowerPoint that you have in your hand. We omitted it on the slide that's on here. But we are moving the allocation of Measure AA that is identified as District Attorney over to Public Works, Facilities, and Parks for parks operations, and just basically swapping the general fund between departments. We felt it more appropriate based on being able to actually track services into the unincorporated area. So it's just a technical correction of moving the swapping general fund and Measure AA between the two different departments. Apologize about the omission on the slide deck.
Thank you, Michael, for going over that omission. I appreciate that. And again, just to reconfirm, that is just to increase the transparency of the tracking the Measure AA funds in unincorporated areas. To go back to the slide here for the budget hearing summary, this is we're at the appropriation for contingencies. So bullet point number 4. We're reducing by contingencies by $75,000 to fund the CSA loans for Prop 218. In this adopted budget, there will be 7.5 unfunded positions authorized. And again, a note for the $500,000 added to the modifications to fund the Emergency Operations Center Reserve from the compensated absences assignment transfer to the Strategic Reserve. This slide is actually just what I went over at the high-level summary. This is the detail by individual modification that was approved by the board for the FY 2026-27 budget. As you can see, just as I'll run down this list individually so we can reconfirm what will be modifications for the adopted budget. We have the facility unscheduled maintenance for $1 million out of the 478 Building Improvement Replacement Reserve Fund. Out of AA funds, we have the Chular Community Plan, the Encampment Outreach in Unincorporated Areas, the General Plan Housing and Safety Element Update, and the Security System at Pajaro Library. from unassigned fund balance, the ancillary trial-related expenditures. Skip down 2 for the immigration-related legal services. This was combined as $250,000, split between the 2 for the public defender. The Fort Ord open space unscheduled maintenance. A position restore for an ERP business analyst. Rifle range operations funding restoration. Spay and neuter clinics. Supplemental deputy assignments for county code enforcement. Restore a vacant deputy sheriff operations position, and 1 employment programs representative to and a 0.25 employment program supervisor for workforce development board. Out of contingencies appropriations, we have the 3 CSAs for Boronda County Sanitation District, the County Service Area 17, Rancho Tierra Grande, sorry for the typo there, and the Coral de Tierra Oaks for a total of $75,000. So as you can see, this equals 3.25 FTE in total for these approved modifications, totaling $3.6 million, moving forward into the adopted budget. This is the same look of the last slide, where it's a detail of each modification, but we have totaled this by department. So quickly, I'll just go over the total by department for their modifications approved by the board going into the adopted budget. Auditor Controller, 1.0 FTE for $230,000. The CAO's office, 1.25 FTE for $448,000. Health Department, $62,000. Housing and Community Development, $800,000. Public Defender, $250,000. Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, $1.3 million. Sheriff Coroner's Office, $585,000, for a total of $3.6 million in modifications. This next slide. As previously presented at the April 7th budget workshop and the May 27th budget hearing, I'm here to present the final maximum filled FTE schedule and policy for approval and implementation for the fiscal year 2026-27 beginning July 1st, 2026. The full policy and schedule are provided as Attachment E in the board agenda. The maximum filled FTE schedule and policy will replace and fully discontinue the hiring freeze policy that was implemented in October 2024. As you can see here, this was an Attachment E for us to review, and each one of these, and just wanted to stress that I did, per the board's direction, meet with each individual department that still had a difference in their department requested FTE and the CAO's maximum filled FTE. And we did meet between the last budget hearing and now, and we came to an agreement on what the FTE would be, noting that this isn't a hard stop for this next year. If they come in with new funding that they have where they can support an FTE, or there is an explanation as to why they need an increase to their max filled FTE, they will be able to present that to the board and ask for an augmentation to their max filled FTE for the fiscal year. Lastly, the County Administrative Office now asks the board to approve and adopt the following recommendations. Approve the fiscal year 2026-27 budget for the County of Monterey. Amend the Personnel Policies and Practices Resolution to adjust salaries as an Attachment D. Direct the Human Resources Department and Auditor Controller Office to implement the base wage study, Attachment D, for this next fiscal year, and approve the maximum filled full-time equivalent positions policy and schedule. And that is it for my presentation.
All right, any comments from the CAO before we, nope, okay. Great, we'll do questions just first. Okay, yep.
Regarding the maximum filled full-time equivalent policy, do you think that this would long-term have the potential to address any concerns we've discussed in the last couple months regarding using one-time funding to fill positions and the potential structural deficit that that's creating where we might encounter layoffs in future years?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, did you want to speak? I think, I know for through the conversations with the elected officials and department heads, part of this really revolves around understanding operations as we move forward and understanding that we do have a deficit that we have to approach in the next 2 fiscal years, not just next year. And this will align what are our staffing needs true operationally and to see where there's some deficits and where there are not. And I believe for what we're looking at for this next fiscal year is going to provide us with salary savings to be able to improve our decision making for the FY 27-28 budget.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board before we got to public comment? Yep.
I think just on the nonprofits impacted by the Behavioral Health Services Act, that's in the afternoon, right? Yes. Okay. And then question came up on the development set-asides, the DSAs. Any update on that? I thought we were talking about a 6% or 5 years, or is that going to wait until the ballot measure if it passes?
It'll be a separate discussion.
Okay.
We actually already had a couple meetings last week, but we will be bringing back the DSA discussion on a separate issue, but we'll, in the near future, we're probably looking at potentially August. And then, again, given the trajectory of the measure, we may have another discussion then. But we are already having behind-the-scenes discussions.
I know they had questions, so that at least let's don't know what to expect in August. A separate discussion.
Yes, we've connected with them on the back.
Okay, and then just maybe this is not for an adopted budget, but we did raise, hopefully when we do contract for spay and neuter services, that we could look to make sure that we're contracting with those who provide the greatest service to the community for the amount of money. I know it's $62,000 in a lot, but if there are providers that could give the community more service for that amount, I'm hoping that just gets taken into account. But discussion for another day. Thank you.
This just, I hate to bring this up on the sheriff's issue, but the one deputy sheriff position on here, that would be part of that 95, correct? That. Okay.
It would actually be 96. So I think on his slide, he identified, Under Sheriff Boyd identified that it was an error and it should have been 96 on his slide.
96. Okay. I just want to make sure I keep everything clear since we've been discussing that. Thanks.
Yes.
I think I raised the one issue that I wanted to raise. Other than that, I'm good.
Okay, let's open this up to public comment. This is public comment on our fiscal year 26-27 budget. And just to clarify, there are folks who I believe are wanting to speak about the MHSA reduction issue. Are we asking that those comments happen in the afternoon as part of the BHSA?
Yes, if we could please have it as part of the BHSA discussion, and the department will provide some information, and any support that we provide will likely be contingencies.
Okay. So just to make clear for anyone who is going to be asking about bridge funding for those nonprofits who lost money through the Mental Health Services Act, we will have that conversation as part of the Behavioral Health Services Act approval this afternoon. So we can refrain from comments for this portion of the meeting. All right, but we will take public comment. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, staff. Rick Aldinger, speaking on behalf of Monterey County Hospitality Association this morning. And we want to thank the Monterey County staff and also each supervisor for their thoughtful support of the DSA partners. These organizations each make valuable contributions to our residents' quality of life. In particular, we appreciate the continued investment in C. Monterey, whose efforts provide a significant return on that investment, bringing in the sales tax and TOT revenue that helps us fund many valuable programs and services. I am still a little bit confused about the DSA formula and percentages. I want to point out what looks like a discrepancy in some numbers. On page 195 of the recommended budget, it looks like the recommended DSA contribution is according to the established formula. While it looks in the dollar amount investment to C. Monterey in the budget book is very close to 5%, not the established 6%. So I'm just looking for a little additional clarification on that. And finally, we do look forward to continuing and strengthening the relationship that hospitality and MCHA has with the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comments in chambers? I'm not seeing anyone approach. Is there any public comment online? All right, not seeing any hands online either. All right, we'll close public comment on this. And can we ask staff to clarify that? I thought we were fully funding our DSA partners.
The budget as it's currently adopted will need to be corrected we're hoping for August. We have additional conversations to be had with the team, but at this point, the allocation will have to be adjusted up a little bit, but we want to have a further discussion before we do that. So in response to the comment, just know we caught that and we'll be coming back to address it with the board. Thank you.
And so just to clarify, so coming back to address that with the board, or are we fully funding the DSA set aside? I think those are two different. What are we approved? What is included in the budget that's in front of us today?
So currently what's in front of the board today is what matches our fiscal policy. Our fiscal policy identifies the DSA set aside at 7.87%. We've gone back and done a little bit of a research. In March of 2024, this board, or the Board of Supervisors, approved a reduction in the overall DSA to drop it down to 7.33%. From there was additional direction to add some money back in 2024, which raised it up overall to the 7.87%. Overall for all DSAs. So that was done back in 2024. The fiscal policies since that time that have been approved by this board have been reflective of a full 5.03 for C Monterey, and the remaining partners adjusted accordingly for overall 7.87%. So what's in the current adopted budget does match what's in the fiscal policy, and the same fiscal policy that has been approved by the board since the change to the DSA allocation back in 2024. However, we are aware that there was a discrepancy that we've caught since that time frame, and we are trying to explore it a little bit more, where we do believe we may need to change the allocation and bring it back to the board here to have it reaffirmed. We are identifying a discrepancy between what was in the approved record versus what was discussed during the board at the 2024 item. So we're going to ask to bring it back to the board for reaffirming or a modification and change.
And I'll just say that will help clear up some confusion, and then just want to be really clear that the conversation that we're having in association with the transfer tax, with the TOT measure, would be to figure out a way as a board to ensure some stable funding. And we've been talking about 6% at that, but from the information that you just shared, it sounds like there was a change to an original policy in 2024, and that's what you're trying to clarify. If the change that was made in 2024 in board discussions here was reflected accurately in the actual budget allocations then and in future years. So I just want to be really clear. There's two separate conversations that we're having right now, and so I look forward to adopting the budget today and then returning to ensure that we're all on the same page what fully funding means.
Yes. And in the meantime, so if there was an adjustment to be made when this returns, would that be coming from contingency funds?
At this point, it would be coming from contingency funds, correct.
And what amount do we anticipate that correction being?
I think to determine if there actually needs to be a correction still needs to be worked through a little bit. We do still need a model. I think our number was about another $750,000 as a potential impact if we were to go back up to the 9.19% for all DSAs. What that would be, I believe the number's $750,000. I'm looking for my screen to see if our team online is giving me a number, and they're not. But I think that's the ballpark.
Okay, so that's not an insignificant adjustment that might have to come from. That's a tenth of that's a good portion of our contingency if that is actually something we're going to have to fix.
Correct. What is in the budget is a increase from year over year. So it is an increase of a total $146,000 over the current fiscal year 25-26 dollar amount for the DSAs. Going into 26-27, using the board fiscal policy, it is an increase of about 5% for each of the agencies. It's 5% to 6% of about 146,000. No, I'm talking about overall. Okay, sorry, 168,000 increase year over year.
And just to provide additional clarity, because this is a general tax, we would, the board would adopt every year as they have, since forever. But the message, though, is that the adopted amount will need to be adjusted in August in order to match those percentages if we're able to confirm that 9.9 is where we should be at. So that's why we're asking for a little bit more time just to look at that amount there. In terms of that secondary discussion about a specific percentage, it would still be adopted year over year. We're trying to figure out whether or not that formula still works, or is there a different approach that we need to take when it comes to the DSAs.
And all I'm trying to say, just to be clear, is I'm okay with the budget as it's presented today. And it really, and I did my own research as well, and there was a conversation in 2024, and the formula changed, if I understand correctly. So I wasn't here for that. But it's an increase. Let's move forward. If there is another conversation to be had outside the other conversation we're having, which is we're putting a TOT measure on the ballot, and we can have a conversation as a board about the DSA allocation in conjunction with that. And so I think I'm comfortable with where we're at right now.
Is that a motion to approve the budget?
Sure.
All right. We have a motion from Daniels to approve the staff recommended items A through D in item number 12. A second from Supervisor Alejo to approve the budget. Please.
Before we vote on our budget, one thing that I think wasn't really factored in was just our county's concern and position regarding the adverse impacts of the federal H.R. 1 legislation, and the state legislature voted on the budget just late last night. And I want to just take a moment to thank our staff, our legislative team, our CAO, and others who weighed in on behalf of our county, along with the California State Association of Counties. So in the state budget last night, it did include $125 million statewide for indigent care. That's the care of last resort for our most vulnerable. For public hospital systems, which includes Natividad as the oldest public hospital in California, $250 million. And then for county eligibility workers, for Medi-Cal or CalFresh, it included $442 million for a total of $816 million to help counties. It wasn't everything counties wanted, but in a tight budget, it is significant. And before we vote on the budget, I just want to take an opportunity to thank Speaker Robert Rivas and Senator Laird, who's the chair of the Senate Appropriations Budget Committee, I should say, and then Don Addis, who's the budget subcommittee chair that oversees healthcare. So all three were key in listening to counties and putting significant money in to address those impacts to counties across the state. So I just want to take a chance to acknowledge their leadership. Thank you.
Any other comments before we vote? All right. I'll just again say thank you to our team and to the departments. I know this was a challenging year with some structural changes that were coming forward, and we'll need to continue working together to iron out the wrinkles as we continue to encounter them with all of the structural changes that have been made. But with that, I think we're going to continue being able to invest in our workforce and invest in our infrastructure and to the services that keep Monterey County a place that we all love to call home. So thank you for the work, and all in favor? Aye. All right. Motion is approved. Budget is approved. And we will recess to closed session for lunch. Oh, you have more here. What are you referencing? Before we recess for lunch, I take it back. We are going to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors Water Resource Agency. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. Is there any general public comment for this? Seeing none, we'll move to our consent calendar to approve the Water Resources Agency fiscal year budget for 26-27. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Church, a second from Alejo. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Did I call for public comment on that one? I did. No, I called general public comment. All right, we're just going to step back real quick. Was there any public comment on the consent calendar for Water Resources Agency? None. Okay. So we can then, I'm going to go to adjournment on that. We're going to call to order the Boronda County Sanitation District, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Is there any general public comment for Boronda County Sanitation District? Seeing none, we'll close general public comment, bring it to the consent adoption of the budget for Boronda County Sanitation District.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion from Church, a second from Alejo. Is there any public comment on the consent? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Budget is approved. We'll recess the Boronda Sanitation District, call to order the Pajaro County Sanitation District, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Is there any general public comment for Pajaro County Sanitation District? Seeing none, we'll close general public comment, bring it to consent to adopt the 26-27 budget. Any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
So move to approve.
A motion from Church, a second from Alejo. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll adjourn Pajaro County Sanitation District and call to order the East Garrison Community Services District, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Is there any general public comment on this agenda this morning? Seeing no general public comment, we will bring it to the consent calendar to approve the 26-27 budget. Any public comment on the consent calendar?
Move approval.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion from Alejo.
Second.
A second from Church. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved. We'll adjourn the East Garrison, East Garrison, I've lost it, Community Services District, and call to order the East Garrison Public Financing Authority, letting the record show all supervisors are present. Is there any general public comment on the East Garrison Public Financing Authority agenda? Seeing none, we'll close general public comment, bring it back to the consent calendar for adoption of the East Garrison Public Financing Authority 26-27 budget. Is there any public comment on this consent calendar item?
Move approval.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion from Alejo.
Second.
Second from Church. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll adjourn the East Garrison Public Financing Authority and call to order the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. We have general public comment. Anyone for general public comment? Seeing none, we'll close general public comment. We have one item on the consent calendar to approve the 26-27 budget for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Any public comment on that consent item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion from Alejo.
Second.
A second from Church. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved. We'll adjourn the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey and call to order the successor housing agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Is there any public comment on this agenda? General public comment on this agenda? Right, seeing none, we'll close general public comment, bring it back to the board. We have one item on the consent calendar to adopt the fiscal year 26-27 budget. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Move approval.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion from Alejo, a second from Lopez. Oh, you're gonna mix it up at the end here for us. All right, all in favor of that motion? Aye. Aye. All right, motion is approved, and we can adjourn the successor housing agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. And are we doing consent? Okay, yep, sorry, I have the wrong agenda. that we were looking. Okay, so then we'll also approve our consent calendar. Happy to entertain. Did we do? We did consent. Okay, this agenda is all over the place. Okay, so I think we're good then. So now we're going to recess the Monterey County Board of. I think we did recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to closed session for lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30 p.m. for the remainder of our afternoon items. Thank you. Our afternoon session of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 16th, 2026. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. And I would like to welcome and announce our Spanish interpretation services that are available today. Let's see here. We have Diego Salas with us remotely. Diego, would you like to make an announcement?
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. All right, with that, we're going to start with item number 13, which is approval of our Monterey County Behavioral Health Services Act 3-year integrated plan. And we have the hardworking team from the Health Department and Behavioral Health here with us to present.
Of the board, members of the public, thank you for joining us today. Before we actually pivot to our behavioral health services integrated plan, I would like to touch upon an item that was referenced during item number 12, which was the county's budget for adoption. One of the items that was requested is that we speak to the behavioral health contracted providers that were impacted because of the changes to the Behavioral Health Service Act and no longer would be funded come July 1st. In front of you, you have a list, and for the members of the public, we have it over here to my left. A list of all the impacted partners that identifies partners that were either fully discontinued because their services are no longer eligible under the Behavioral Health Service Act, meaning the services that they were providing or delivering or will be until the end of June, are really in the prevention lane, which unfortunately is not an eligible activity under BHSA. But I would like to point out that, as we've mentioned previously, there was about $12 million of services delivered by these providers on this worksheet. And after reviewing their current scope of work and meeting with each of the providers, we were able to identify about $5.5 million of those expenses as eligible under either the Behavioral Health Services Act new funding streams, whether we could bill federal financial participation, whether we could fund them with state general fund, or whether any of our other behavioral health realignment funds were eligible. So on that workbook in front of you, you will identify each of the providers, what their contract amount for the current fiscal years, what the BHSA reduction, what is remaining in terms of contracted services, and then a summary of the programs, the services. And on the far right, you'll see what other eligible funding sources we were able to secure to continue some level of service. But again, unfortunately, those contractors, like the Alliance on Aging, like the Village Project, from which you heard either before or through public comment that was submitted to you, the services that they are delivering really just stay within the prevention lane, which unfortunately is not eligible under BHSA, nor does the Health Department Behavioral Health Bureau have other dollars that can continue to sustain them. So even though we had to make a reduction of $6.5 million, we were able to maintain $5 million in there. And I just want to remind us before we jump into our integrated plan that under Prop 1, the new 3 areas that are eligible for funding are full service partnership, behavioral health services and supports, and housing interventions. If you have any specific questions on each of them, I'm happy to speak to them or defer to my colleagues here to answer questions that I may not have answers readily available.
Just to make sure, sorry. Go ahead. Just to make sure I'm understanding, I just happen to be on page 3 of 5. I'm looking at Partners for Peace. Mm-hmm. So the current contracted amount under the MHSA was $766, and then the reduction is the $227 not eligible. So a portion is eligible. Correct. That's the $539, and then engagement counts as programmatic and populations. Okay, I understand. Did I get that correct?
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for providing this detail. I think it's helpful for us. I think it's helpful to have the transparency for the public. And I know it was some of the conversation that occurred at the Behavioral Health Commission meeting, so thank you. Am I missing NAMI on here?
Yes. So NAMI, we are able to continue contracting with them at the amount of about $195,000 in the coming fiscal year. Currently, we contract with them for about $275,000, so there was about an $80,000 reduction to their contract.
Can you say those numbers one more time?
Starting July 1st, we will establish an agreement with them for $195,000. And current year, my understanding, their contract is for about $275,000. So of those services that they're delivering now through the end of June, we were able to identify that they fit under one of the new BHSA buckets or other funding that the health department has available. So we're pleased to be able to continue some of those services into the coming fiscal year.
Okay. And then thank you. And I don't know if I was just missing that in here. So I know that some of these folks fell out because of the changes to Behavioral Health Services Act, and they just the work doesn't fit into the new classifications. But when we talk about other funds that would be available from behavioral health, and there had been this bucket of productivity increase, Medi-Cal increase revenue. And I know that was sort of a ramp up that was described as a ramp up, that potentially there could be up to somewhere around $8 million of increased revenue, in the 2 to 3 year horizon. So in the up ramping of that, are we currently receiving any of that? Have we started earning any of that revenue yet?
I'll defer to Fabricio.
Yeah, Supervisor Askew, there has been a slight increase to that. And just as a reference, there's other areas in the Bureau that have necessitated us to shift some of that funding. And the one we can think of was not the urgent care, the Seneca facility. So.
Oh, yeah, for Kinship Center. You might recall that we recently partnered with Kinship Centers or Seneca families is that the one we're talking about?
That's the one.
For what we shifted from a crisis stabilization unit to an intensive treatment center for youth. Sorry, I want to, maybe Melanie could clearly articulate what that is, but maybe I said it well enough. So yes, we are starting to move in a positive direction, but not at the point right now where we could say confidently that that's the trajectory or at the volume that is needed to sustain the level of prevention services that we currently have in the fiscal year. And at your budget hearings, the board did identify potentially exploring whether there could be some funding provided to help bridge between now and 2 years, 3 years from now, while our Bureau continues to work with our own team and our contracted providers to generate additional revenue that then we may be able to repurpose some of those dollars to invest in priorities to support our severely mentally ill, those experiencing a substance use disorder, and hopefully move more into the prevention lane so that we can support people earlier in the process.
Okay, and I think the reason that we wanted to understand what that revenue horizon looked like was, if some of these organizations, right, like Alliance on Aging, CBDIO, Center for CCA, Center for Community Advocacy, we're talking about sort of that under $1 million to keep programs operational for what could be a year while we wait for that up ramping of productivity revenue to become available a year from now. And I think our desire was, I'm not looking to just delay the inevitable if that's what the reality is, but if there is funding that could feasibly and likely be available a year from now to continue funding some level of those programs, I would like this board to be able to know what that is so that we can consider what bridge funding might look like for a year. Because we all know, anyone who's worked in a nonprofit space or any kind of program space, it takes a tremendous amount of effort to start a new program. So to wind down a program, turn it off, and then a year later try to start it all up again, the amount of sort of lost productivity, the amount of wasted administrative energy and time and all of that is is something that I'd love to avoid if we can, while continuing to provide essential services. And I think I was at a number of the BHSA meetings, a couple of the Behavioral Health Commission meetings, and these meetings here at the board, and the Alliance on Aging, CCA, CBDIO, NAMI, the community has made it very clear that those are programs that they've come to rely on in pretty significant ways. So I recognize they don't fit under BSHA. However, I'm really trying to get a clear understanding of what does future year revenue look like, and if we were, as a board, wanting to consider back bridge funding, would that be 1 year? Would that be 2 years? How long would we need to do that until that revenue would become available?
Yes, I don't think we're prepared right now to speak to what that magic number is and how many years, but you could direct us to work with the CAO budget office over the coming weeks and come back to the board with a specific ask for some bridge funding and the duration of that. It gives us a little bit of time to work internally in terms of what we estimate that our FFP generation could be in fiscal year 28, 29. And how much of that we can allocate into the prevention space to help mitigate some of this impacts, and also to understand from the budget office in terms of what flexibility there may be with other county funds that could help create a bit of a bridge for these critical services that unfortunately are going to no longer exist come July 1st.
Okay, so that's potential direction that we can give when we're giving direction. Thanks.
Yeah, that would definitely be something I support. I want to understand, though, a maximum amount that we're looking at would be the $6,476,000 figure, right?
Correct.
So it's going to be that, or you're going to look into the productivity funding and try to make an estimate of what might be internal to bring that total number down.
Correct, and we might be able to bring that 6.5 down in terms of, eliminating the training, the consulting, and really just focusing on the dollars that are associated with prevention services being delivered in our community by our community-based organization partners.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Any other questions from the board on this discussion? Yeah, please.
There's a lot of impacts to our nonprofit partners. But over the last several weeks, we've only heard from a few of them who have come here. And in terms of prioritizing and making our decisions with limited resources, I mentioned it last time. I thought for sure that we should consider the bridge funding for the Alliance on Aging, considering the very unique service they provide for our aging population within our county, and certainly the Village Project is here today. They've been here the last time. They provide very unique services for our community as well. So if there's a lot of other folks that are impacted, but we haven't heard from them. But I think these two organizations, come to the top of my list that should be considered for that bridge funding at a significant level. So out of all that list, I think that I wanted to speak to those two. And also, I'm not understanding, can we provide direction on that today, or you're saying to come back on another meeting to make that decision about what potential community partners we fund?
It could be either or. I mean, if your board, you as a supervisor wants to make a motion that we consider bridge funding for the two agencies that you identified, just so you know the amount, it's about $440,000 for the Alliance on Aging and $310,000 for the Village Project, so about $750,000. You could direct us and the budget office that's what you would like to have included and funded as part of next year, or you could direct us to come back with a proposal that includes those and maybe some of the other nonprofit partners that are listed on here who are providing critical services but haven't expressed concern. It's up to you as a board member and the whole board to give us one of those two directions.
Great.
Given what I'm hearing from my colleagues, I would like to make a motion. I thought we had made that motion previously and given that direction, but to be clearer, I'd like to make a motion that we ask the CAO to work with the department to identify what future revenues might be available so that we as a board can identify the expenditure of some contingency dollars this year to act as bridge funding for some of these organizations. And that would be so that's a motion. I'll make that as a motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And just to be clear, that would, we need to know what revenue is available on the future years so that we don't overcommit on the immediate years, if that is something we're going to consider.
Can I comment on the motion?
Please.
I think that gives us the time to find out, and this is similar to what you just said, what the productivity funding might look like in terms of what would we be taking from contingency funding. And I'm just curious for the organizations, such as the two that Supervisor Alejo just identified, what would the timing be in terms of you being able to come back to us and provide this information so we could make an allocation for this upcoming fiscal year? What does the timeline look like?
Well, we had some conversations with leadership about coming back the first part of July. I think the agenda is pretty stacked, but I'm sure we can find maybe 15 minutes within the agenda to be able to come back July 7th, I believe.
And speaking to the motion, I know our budget is tight. Your budget is the health department and the behavioral health bureau's budget is tight. I know we have some tough decisions to make, and I know we can't fund every single organization. Otherwise, we're going in the millions of dollars. I'm looking at it looking at the unique nature of the service that is being provided, the fact that they've been here letting us know how their organizations would be adversely impacted and those services no longer be able to continue. I want to keep a very narrow ask, very narrow list, and if it's much broader, if this comes back, hopefully as soon as possible so they could plan their budgets for the next fiscal year, I want to keep my ask to a realistic, small number.
If I could add a friendly, clarification, then it sounds like you'd like us to focus on those agencies that are serving older adults in our community, as well as moving more upstream and working with youth, is what I'm hearing, based on the two agencies that you've identified. That'll help us narrow down in terms of the partners that are impacted that are providing vital services to those two populations in our community.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, just to clarify that, I think so yes, but also there's looking at keeping the programs running until we get to the other side where there can be sustainable funding. So, to keep a program running for a year versus shutting it down and restarting it. So when I say bridge funding, I'm looking at truly bridging a couple key strategic programs for a year while we wait for additional funding to become available. So that those organizations aren't shutting everything down, laying off staff. Maybe there's a bare bones. What does it take to keep it going for a year while we get something else up and running?
So we can add that to our thinking in terms of focusing on those partners who had 100% elimination of their services as another layer to look at to prioritize.
Thank you. And the ones that I was looking at and the ones that, for me, connect directly to priority community groups that were identified in the BHSA public comment would be the Alliance on Aging. There's a clear request and a need for senior services and senior serving programs. The Center for Community Advocacy was present at the Behavioral Health Commission meetings and the work that they're doing to educate and empower community family members around how to advocate for their loved ones in the Medi-Cal environment was raised. And the Village Project ties directly back to some of the tremendous disparities that exist for our Black community members on the prevention side when we have arrest rates that are 4 times higher for our Black residents than we do for other residents. And we're making some of those connections back to mental health needs. So I'm making those connections directly back to BHSA priorities as well. So, and then I'm glad to hear that NAMI was identified already, but I think that's another one that, in my mind connects directly to BHSA priorities when you're providing housing stability by having family connections to individuals who are in crisis or before they hit crisis. So those would be the agencies that, for me, I've seen from, I've heard from consistently, and that have connections back to
our underserved groups identified in the integrated plan.
Right.
Agreed.
Right. Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second, and that will come back. So you'll bring something back to us about future productivity revenue so that we can then figure out what a very limited bridge funding allocation might look like.
Yes, and we'll work with the budget office on that.
Okay, all right. We'll take that out to public comment on this motion. So we didn't do public comment for each motion. Probably. Okay, we'll do a public comment on this motion, just for the sake of clarity. Is there any public comment on this motion? Hold on just a second. We're just going to do it on this motion. Thank you.
Hi, Janet Frank. I am on the Behavioral Health Commission at the appointment of Supervisor Daniels, and I wanted to speak in support of this request. And I think that it's critically important to be able to try to get at least some funding that can keep it going. Because, like you say, it's really critical to keep things moving and not to have them stop and try to restart. There's many moving parts, including our relationship, or Alliance on Aging's relationship with the Cal State and the interns and the people that are helping us with the Spanish community. So I'm speaking in strong support of the idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Mel Mason, co-founder of the Village Project, and I'm here to read a letter from our interim COO, which partially has been answered, I think, by the discussion that we've had here from, certainly Supervisors Askew and Alejo. But I'll read the letter anyway because I've been asked to do that. It says, Dear Supervisors, it is the Village Project Inc.'s understanding that the Behavioral Health Services Act plan will be returning to the Board of Supervisors on June 16th today. It's also our understanding that since the updated plan was not available for the Behavioral Health Commission, that may not have had an opportunity to be addressed by the public. Needless to say, the Village Project, Inc. is hoping, if not expecting, to participate in discussions regarding options for gap funding, sometimes I guess we call it bridge, to backfill what we believe are limited Mental Health Services Act resources. The urgency of this discussion is heightened by the fact that Village Project, a tried, true, and trusted community-based organization and Monterey County behavioral health partner, is losing $310,000 as a result of the elimination of future outpatient mental health contracts. We're also concerned about and interested in understanding how productivity revenues, potentially totaling a few $1 million, could be utilized as a continuing funding source in future fiscal years. Village Project Inc. is hopeful that answers to both these questions can be provided during the June 16th meeting. Board of Supervisors, respectfully, Claudette Carroll. I don't know how much time we got left, but I think that our Supervisor Askew, you were absolutely right when you talked about the disparities that still exist in our community. Village Project has an 18-year history of being really effective in dealing with some very long-term disparities when it comes to the Black community especially. And so we want to continue to have the capacity and the opportunity to be able to continue to effectively address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Eloise Shim. And when I look at the general fund expenditures, which dictate the budget, I see that child support services get a small fraction of the budget in comparison to law enforcement, legal, the district attorney, public defender, the sheriff's office, which gets the lion's share, $100 million plus. And since this is for the non-custodial parent, like my son is a non-custodial parent, they're really forced to have to engage with the behavioral health and social services, and it's just a nightmare for them because they do not get to visit their children. They don't get to see them. I'm a grandparent. I cannot even really get a birthday gift to my non-custodial grandchildren because of this very pro-feminist, I don't know what. And Father's Day is coming up. Fathers are very important in a child's relationship. And, you know, they just, it's systemic. They make it impossible for the fathers who are non-custodial parents to see their children and have a relationship with their children. So, you know, the outcome is just bad. And, you know, they have to, if they're going to be funded, some of the reason why they're not funded is because of these problems.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Joe Livernoise, and I'm the president of the Board of Directors at NAMI, Monterey County. And I've been the president there for way too long. And I really appreciate the way this discussion is moving forward. And I'm going to read a letter to the board. NAMI Monterey County appreciates the board's attention to the impacts of the Behavioral Health Services Act transition and your willingness to explore backfill funding for community-based organizations affected by these changes. We are grateful that 1 year of partial funding has been identified to support some NAMI services. However, a one-time partial allocation is not a long-term solution. On top of at least full funding similar to previous years, what is needed is an ongoing conversation between Monterey County Behavioral Health and NAMI to better understand how our services fit within the BHSA framework and how they can be substantially supported moving forward. And we've had these discussions, and we hope to keep them going. We are also deeply concerned that family support services are not clearly included within the BHSA plan. Families are often the primary caregivers, advocates, and support system for individuals living with mental health conditions. Excluding family services from the behavioral health continuum is a significant oversight that risks weakening outcomes for individuals, families, and the broader community. As you consider approval of the BHSA plan, we respectfully ask that the county commit to continued discussions regarding the integration of long-term sustainability of NAMI services and recognize the critical role that family support plays. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers for public comment on this motion? All right, we'll go online. Anyone else online for public comment on this motion? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and take a vote on the motion. All in favor? Oh, well, we'll go to comments first.
Yeah, so I wanted to wait to hear from the public on this item. I appreciate the continued engagement on this request, and I think the difference that we're dealing with here is the new framework from the state. We've talked about that. We know it's what we're up against, but the idea that long-term we're going to continue to get everything given where the funding sits, I don't think is realistic. We're looking at realistically one-time funds to try to put out to fill these holes. And I just want to be honest about that. We'll end up here again next year saying, how did we end up in this position again? I don't want it to go unspoken, even though I know most folks in room understand. And at the same time, wanted to take the opportunity to point to the fact that we've got some amazing partners who've done the work for years. And for that reason, the data doesn't always show up. as we've talked about in the homelessness space, when folks show up and get the work done, and then at times we get penalized for accomplishing what the goal was, which in that instance is reducing homelessness. In this instance, it's getting upstream and resolving issues when they're small before they become large issues. At the same time, there's new issues arising in our communities, and so I appreciate what we're doing, which is focusing on those folks who've been successful. I just hope that as we continue to work on the plan itself, we continue to analyze data, as we've talked about in the past, and we see zip codes like 93927 in the heart of Greenfield where the data is off the charts in way too many respects, which are not positive. And so just as we continue to engage and work together, I know that these partners have been incredible in the space they're in, but we need to also continue to focus on developing new solutions for those communities that continue to see their data points rise to places that none of us should be comfortable with. But with that, I am comfortable with this, again, having spoken what I feel is my truth in this moment, which is I don't know that this is sustainable long run, but we have to find new solutions given these challenges we face. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments, Supervisor Church? Okay. And just to as clarification, I'm very clearly only talking about one-year gap funding, knowing that we've got funding on the other side. So just want to be clear on my expectation. Okay, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, thank you. Okay, we can continue on with our BHSA presentation. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Chair Askew, Supervisors, CAO De La Rosa, Council, members of the community, Melanie Rhodes, Behavioral Health Bureau Chief, also known as the Behavioral Health Director. We are here today. I'm here with Shannon Castro, our BHSA Coordinator, and our Assistant Bureau Chief, Fabricio Chombo. And we are here again to talk about the BHSA Draft Integrated Plan. At the outset, though, before I dive into this, I just really want to thank all of our dedicated staff who've been working so diligently over the past few years to really understand these new requirements, and just especially over the past year, diving in and really working tirelessly to get us to this point. I also want to thank the board and our partners and stakeholders in the community for really robust engagement and just leaning in and wanting to really understand this. We are at an unprecedented time of change as we transition from MHSA to BHSA, as we have talked about before, and just really appreciate the level of engagement and attention folks have been paying to this, asking questions, providing feedback, and as you will hear more about today, providing their public comment, which is what we are really here to focus on today, is that outcome of the public comment, and then share around the revisions to the draft plan that were made as a result of public comments that aligned with the plan, but then also as a result of DHCS revisions. So we will be focusing on that. Our team has gone back and forth with DHCS on technical revisions and compliance-related changes after our draft submission back in March. And I'm delighted to share that with you today that last week, DHCS did notify us that they have approved our draft integrated plan, pending, of course, the board certification today, which is what we are here today to talk about. So today before you is an action item, as outlined in the board report and summarized on this slide before you. This is the final approval step before our submission to the state, and the submission deadline is, 2 weeks from today on June 30th. So today we are asking the board to adopt and approve the County of Monterey Behavioral Health Services Act, also known as BHSA, 3-year integrated plan and budget for fiscal years 26-27 through 28-29. Authorize the chair to execute the official Board of Supervisors certification, which was attached in your packet as recommended, and attesting that the board has reviewed and approved this integrated plan and the county will meet its realignment obligations without utilizing wait lists. And also authorize staff to submit the approved integrated plan to DHCS and execute all necessary documentation, as well as authorize me as the Behavioral Health Director to execute any non-substantive, technical, or clerical amendments, revisions, or corrections required by the Department of Healthcare Services, provided that such changes do not materially alter the scope, funding priorities, or policy direction of the approved integrated plan. Next slide. Next slide. So these next few slides are here mostly just for reference and informational purposes. We've presented multiple times to the board and various partners in public settings. And so, as we know, back in March of 2024, by a very narrow margin, California voters passed Prop 1, the two-bill package to modernize the state's behavioral health system. And this is information on that. Next slide. And as a result, it provided a new funding framework as outlined here that begins July 1, 2026. Most notably, off the top, the state is taking an extra 5%, leaving 90% for counties and 10% to the state to fund the areas of prevention, workforce, and state administration, leaving the counties with a new funding structure with 5% less off the top and more regulated funding components. Next slide. And those funding components really break out again to full service partnerships, behavioral health services and supports, or BHSS, and the housing interventions bucket.
Thank you, Melanie. So I'll take over. So in the next few slides, we'll just give you a brief overview of the BHSA 3-year integrated plan. And again, these are concepts that we've presented before, so we're going to try to go through these quite quickly. Just keeping in mind that what is the integrated plan at its highest level, it's the primary audience, it's the HCS, and it's an accountability and compliance document that is completed in a state-defined template. And it's standardized across all counties and just to demonstrate alignment with the BHSA regulations. And so to understand the integrated plan, again, it's important to understand the audience, the purpose, the structure. And so as noted, it's essentially an accountability document for the state that is completed in a state portal with predetermined prompts and for most questions, predetermined responses and options. So for our county, our 3-year integrated plan was guided through focus on highest need populations, an emphasis on housing and homelessness, and commitment to equity and coordination, while also maintaining continuity during this BHSA transition. So while the integrated plan includes important policy and system level decisions that will go in some future slides, we also want to highlight that our overall approach to developing this integrated plan. So unlike MHSA, BHSA includes a more prescriptive set of requirements. So we align our plan closely with state guidance and statutory requirements. And so throughout the process, we prioritized system stability during the transition. We incorporated evolving state guidance and engaged a broad range of stakeholders through community meetings, surveys, public comment, and findings from recent community health and housing assessments. This timeline shows some of the major milestones leading to today's hearing. And so, as Melanie mentioned, since submitting the draft plan back in March 30th, we have completed all required review and engagement activities, including public comment, the HCS feedback incorporated into the integrated plan, Behavioral Health Commission review, and final revisions. And so we are here today seeking your approval and certification, which are the final steps before we are able to submit the final integrated plan on June 30th. In this next section of the presentation, we're going to cover the integrated plan public comment process, and we'll just walk your board through what is required by the state, how our bureau approached outreach and engagement, and the results of the public comment period, and how comments were summarized and organized. So this slide here outlines the state requirements on the left for the integrated plan process and how our bureau approached this process compared to the state. So the BHSA has a requirement of a 30-day public comment period, a public hearing before the Behavioral Health Commission, commission review and recommendations, and again, final presentation to the board. We, the Bureau, met all these requirements and exceeded them in key areas. So for instance, we extended public comment to 45 days. We provided multilingual outreach in English and Spanish and used multiple channels, including email, social media, radio flyers, and community meetings. And the Behavioral Health Commission held its hearing last month on May 28th. And again, so today we are here to complete that final requirement prior to submission of the integrated plan. So overall, these activities reflect that engagement was not treated as a compliance requirement, but as a meaningful process to hear directly from the communities that we provide services to. So the public comment period for our integrated plan ran from April 3rd to May 28th. So again, total of 45 days. And apologies, May 18th, yes. And during that time, we received a total of 142 comments from 136 unique community members. So that level of participation really reflects both the reach of our outreach efforts and strong community interest in shaping the behavioral health system. And next, we will review the outreach activities that supported all these engagements. So here we have, and apologies on that May 13th misalignment, but so to support broad and equitable participation, the Bureau conducted several presentations during the public comment period, reaching diverse audiences across the county. This included news briefing in English and Spanish twice during this process, a Spanish cultural community presentation, a King City community session at Sun Street Centers, briefing with Aging and Adult Protective Services, and a community Zoom session hosted by Supervisor Wendy Rudascu, along with two Behavioral Health Commission presentations on April 30th and the public hearing on May 20th. So we just want to highlight that for most of these presentations, we did them in Spanish and English, or Spanish purely, with the exception of the presentation with Supervisor Askew that was only in English. And in addition to that, in addition to these presentations, we also conducted several other engagement activities. So that resulted in 44 total opportunities for public input. They included email, efforts through county listservs, bilingual website updates across BHSA, social media posts. So overall, just these efforts reflected a commitment to meeting community members where they are, particularly in underserved and Spanish-speaking communities. And in this next section, we will summarize some of the public comments that we received during this public comment period. And so we will begin with some of the major themes that emerge across all submissions, and then briefly highlight input by stakeholder groups. So in accordance with BHSA requirements, the final integrated plan includes a full public comment summary beginning on page 68, I believe. And in addition, and consistent with the Behavioral Health Commission's recommendation, public comments are being prepared for public access with personal identifiers and redacted information to protect confidentiality where needed. So with that, we will start with the 5 overarching themes and then walk through how the Bureau organized and synthesized the comments for inclusion in the plan. So again, across all public comments, there were 5 themes that emerged, and you can see them here, and we'll go into some more details in the next couple of slides. So first, stakeholders consistently emphasize that housing is integral to behavioral health recovery, that is not separate from it. So stable housing was described as a foundational for individuals experiencing serious mental illness, substance use disorders, co-occurring conditions, trauma, justice involvement, and homelessness. For our integrated plan, comments call for stronger housing implementation, detail, a phased return toward the 30% housing intervention allocation, and clearer guidance on how housing intervention funds will be used. Stakeholders also highlighted the need for expanding housing strategies, including permanent supportive housing, recovery-oriented housing, adaptive reuse, motel and hotel conversions, shared housing, master leasing, safe parking, interim housing, and increased residential treatment capacity in South County. Additional feedback on this topic emphasized stronger alignment with the Lead Me Home, coordinated entry, CARS, HMIS, case conferencing, housing navigation, and broader homelessness response systems. The second major theme in the comments was a concern that the transition from MHSA to BHSA could reduce or eliminate services that prevent people from reaching crisis. So stakeholders emphasized the importance of prevention, and I think we heard that today too. Early intervention, peer support, family education, outreach, navigation, wellness centers, and community-based recovery supports as essential parts of the continuum of care. So for our plan, commenters recommended preserving these services or identifying alternative or braided funding sources, including peer-led family support, NAMI, Monterey County Services, Omni Wellness Services, peer partners for health, senior peer counseling, short-term therapeutic services, parent education, and culturally grounded community programs, amongst others. And so many comments also noted that reductions in these activities could increase reliance on crisis systems, including emergency departments, hospitals, jails, and child welfare involvement. The third topic that we heard was many comments noted that the integrated plan would be stronger if it described how coordination will work in practice rather than referencing collaboration in general terms. Stakeholders identified gaps in coordination across behavioral health, housing, healthcare systems, hospitals, including Natividad, county clinics, jail health, probation, child welfare, schools, EMS, law enforcement, managed care, HMIS, and community-based providers. So for our plan, stakeholders recommended clear roles and referral pathways, define decision points and implementation ownership, stronger governance structures, data sharing and interoperability agreements, shared dashboards, and measured outcomes with public reporting. Some other comments also called for more specific benchmarks, timelines, responsive entities, and accountability mechanisms to better track progress and support ongoing improvement. And then stakeholders also repeatedly requested that the integrated plan more clearly address disparities among underserved populations. Comments highlighted African American residents, Spanish-speaking communities, indigenous language speakers, older adults, children ages 0 to 5, youth, families, South County residents, people experiencing homelessness, individuals with disabilities, LGBTQ plus community members, and those with trauma or lived behavioral health experience. For our plan, stakeholders recommended stronger integration of community-defined evidence practices, culturally responsive and trauma-informed care models, improved language access, transportation supports, targeted outreach, and specific strategies for older adults and early childhood populations. Workforce development that reflects the community served was also emphasized. And so Many comments also underscored that culturally responsive care is not an enhancement, but a core requirement for engagement, trust, prevention, treatment, and recovery. And finally, stakeholders that emphasize the need for easier, more continuous access to behavioral health services, particularly for individuals who are unsheltered, justice involved, medically complex, transitioning from hospitals or jail, in crisis, or living with co-occurring mental health and substance use needs. Comments noted that people often fall through system gaps due to complex intake processes, transportation barriers, limited interpretation, fragmented records, insufficient discharge planning, and limited local treatment capacity. For our plan, stakeholders recommended expanded mobile and field-based outreach, embedded services in housing and shelter settings, reentry navigation supports, warm handoffs from the hospital and custody, improved coordination with EMS and law enforcement, increased local capacity for minors requiring psychiatric holds, and stronger co-occurring treatment pathways. Comments also emphasize improving continuity across crisis response, outpatient care, full-service partnerships, peer support, and recovery services, with a focus on ensuring individuals are not lost between systems, eligibility requirements, or levels of care. So, to wrap it up, this slide highlights the county's engagement with the Behavioral Health Commission on the draft integrated plan, and consistent with our commitment to meaningful community input and transparency. So under the BHSA, the Behavioral Health Commission is required to hold at least one public hearing and provide recommendations on the draft plan. Our Bureau went beyond this requirement by presenting to the Commission in two separate occasions. So the first one happened on April 30th, when we introduced the draft integrated plan and formally opened the public comment period, allowing a full month for the Commission to review and weigh in before the second hearing. And then the second presentation, as noted earlier, was on May 28th, where we returned with a summary of outreach efforts, a synthesis of the public comments that received, similar to what we just shared, and the Commission provided its formal recommendations. So those recommendations have been received and incorporated into the final report included in the board's packet. And with that, I will pass it over to Shannon to highlight how these efforts and comments helped guide our integrated plan.
So the next section walks through the revision changes made to the draft. Next slide, please. As part of the standard DHCS review process, counties submit their draft integrated plan through the internal DHCS portal, which generates technical and compliance feedback to help ensure the plan meets state formatting and content requirements. MCBH received 54 such revisions through this process. In addition, MCBH made 27 further revisions to the plan based on public comments received during the public comment period and recommendations from the Behavioral Health Commission. The next slide.
And before we move on to the next slide, we just want to highlight that it's 27 revisions, not the 25 shown in this slide here.
Thank you. We grouped those revisions into 4 categories. 16 of the revisions strengthen the housing intervention strategy, including coordination with housing partners, the continuum of care, transit access, workforce capacity, and specific commitment to culturally responsive engagement and outcome monitoring for older adults. 4 revisions address justice-involved populations, including crisis response and diversion coordination. Another 4 revisions covered crisis system data and outcome monitoring, and the remaining 3 revisions covered employment, supports, and overdose response, and 1 administrative personnel correction. You have a highlighted version of the integrated plan with and a clean version for your review. Now we're going to go through the 27 revisions, so hope you're still awake. The first revision clarifies MCBH's partnership with the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers and the Lead Me Home Leadership Council, described how housing navigation, case conferencing, and data sharing will support BHSA eligible individuals. The second revision does the same for the county continuum of care, adding detail on coordination with COC-funded permanent supportive housing, HMIS, informed planning, and housing outcome tracking. On this slide, these revisions continue building on the housing coordination narrative. 3 clarifies that while MCBH will coordinate with the coordinated entry, not all BHSA housing interventions will be routed through it, preserving some flexibility. Number 4 describes how behavioral health bridge housing will coordinate with BHSA funding interventions to support transition from crisis or interim settings into permanent housing. 5 explains how prior community care expansion investment in residential care facilities align with and support the BHSA housing strategy. In this group, the revision expands on partnership and workforce. 6 adds detail on coordination with Central California Alliance for Health around CalAIM programs and housing-related services. 7 and 8 expand on partnership with local housing developers, nonprofit operators, and low-barrier housing providers, including support for individuals experiencing homelessness. 9 adds workforce development language to ensure residential care facilities and supportive housing settings have the staffing capacity needed to sustain their services. More housing strategies. 10 adds coordination with Monterey Salinas Transit to improve access to services for individuals in underserved areas. 11 and 12 describe the overall housing intervention strategy as a balanced approach combining rental and operating subsidies, housing navigation, and capital development, with permanent supportive housing as a central component, naming Interim and Front Street as key partners. These final housing-related revisions focus on long-term sustainability and equity. Revision 13 describes planned capital investment to expand board and care capacity. Revision 14 clarifies the distinction between near-term supports like rental subsidies and housing navigation and capital investment aimed at long-term capacity. 15 commits MCBH to using culturally responsive engagement approaches for older adults and other high-need groups, and to monitoring implementation progress across age groups. This slide shifts away from housing into broader system coordination. Revision 16 adds detail on coordination with hospitals, correctional settings, probation, and child welfare for discharge planning and housing navigation. 17 describes the individual placement and support employment model as part of the full service partnership continuum, linking employment to housing stability. 18 adds important data limitation language, explaining that some demographic disparity data weren't available at the level of detail needed for full subgroup analysis. This is important transparency to note for the board and the public. These revisions address data limitation and crisis system monitoring. 19 notes that specific outcome measures, perception of functioning, and perception of social connectedness weren't available through current data sources, and commits to incorporating them as data becomes available. 20 and 21 strengthen the crisis system narrative, detailing early intervention strategies like mobile crisis response and 988 coordination, and establishing monitoring measures for crisis line volume, response times, and post-crisis follow-up. This group focuses on justice-involved population. Revision 22 describes the continuum of services from outpatient to intensive case management that support people with serious mental illness or substance use disorders who are involved with the justice system. 23 and 24 detail behavioral health services across juvenile justice, adult justice, and reentry settings, and describe coordination with county access programs, diversion initiatives, and CalAIM justice-involved behavioral health linkages to reduce service gaps. This final set outlines the substantive revisions. Revision 25 continues the justice involvement narrative with detail on community crisis line, 988 coordination, and mobile crisis team as upstream alternatives to justice involvement. 26 straightens the overdose response section, identifying culturally responsive partners and monitoring indicators like overdose deaths and treatment engagement. 27 is an administrative correction, updating a personnel reference from Lindsay O'Leary to an open deputy position. And with that, I'll hand it back to Melanie.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shannon and Fabricio, for walking us through all of that and how we got here. I know it's a lot, but I do want to say that our executive team got together after the closing of public comment, reviewed everything, and thoughtfully went through how to make different revisions to improve the plan. And so that is what we're bringing before you today for that final approval of the IP. And here we do have the QR codes for links to our BHSA website, English and Spanish links available, where we have some information already posted. More will be posted in the coming days, including the public comment that are in the process of being translated into Spanish, and then also having those redactions for personally identifiable information as well. But those, our website will have that information, as well as some of the other reports that have been referenced in some of our meetings, including the Housing Tools Report, which we call it, but the official name is the Residential Care Facility Incubator Evaluation Report. So that's also going to be there as well. And so we are pulling all of these reference information together on the BHSA website, and the Housing Tools website has already been on there. Anyway, next slide. So in closing today, we are here respectfully requesting the board to take 4 actions. First, to adopt and approve the BHSA 3-year integrated plan. Second, authorize the chair to complete the board certification attesting that the board has reviewed and approved the plan. Third, authorizing staff to submit the approved integrated plan. And fourth, authorize the behavioral health director to approve any non-substantive technical or clerical amendments, revisions, or corrections required by DHCS. The DHCS deadline for submission is June 30th, and the board's action today would ensure that the county of Monterey meets that deadline and fulfills its obligations under Proposition 1 and the Behavioral Health Services Act. And with that, staff are here and happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. I will, do you want to go to the public first, or we'll do questions? Okay, we'll do questions first. And I just want to announce, I do have all of my questions and comments included in a memo that's been distributed, and there's copies out front. But we'll start here with Supervisor Daniels for questions.
And I will say, if any of the points in your memo I have not been able to read yet address some of my questions, please at the appropriate point, speak up. I just want to ask a couple questions. The first thing that you said was something along the lines that we need to submit by June 30th, yes, but you've already submitted and it's been approved. Help me understand that.
Yes, so the draft plan needed to be submitted by March 30th for review and feedback. And so DHCS has provided the county with, I think initially it was like 14 or 15 items that were technical in nature that required revision in order for a final plan to be approved. And so the staff have been going back and forth. Some of that have been like correcting formatting of a submission or something not substantive changes or tell us more about this, like explain a section in more detail. And so staff have been going back and forth with them twice. And last week they said that they reviewed all of the revisions, the technical revisions and corrections that they were requiring of us, and that they conditionally approved it again pending board certification today as that final step.
So
they're saying we're meeting the state's requirements.
Got it. So the document meets the state's requirements. My next two questions then, and I only have two more, are just then questions of you. We had the transition from MHSA to BHSA. We've had organizations that have come forward and said, we have needs that now are no longer funded. We addressed that earlier. But now there's this pivot, in particular, the biggest one, which stands out to me, is the housing interventions. And my question really, as the behavioral health department, how will the housing strategies that have been identified actually produce outcomes? And what outcomes do we expect? And how will those outcomes be presented to the board? How will these get reported out to us? How are we going to be able to track, implementing any one of these housing strategies is difficult. We've had other entities attempting to do so for a very long time now. Will you be taking this on, or will we be ensuring that it's a partnership with an entity like Interim, who may have had more success in the past, and we're funding that strategy? How does this work in reality?
Excellent question. And yes, we have been funding interim programming for years. Permanent supported housing, transitional housing, all of that. And so we are looking at continuing those investments in terms of, there you go. Yeah. Dustin, our consultant from ThoughtLink, is coming to really explain the bigger picture.
Okay.
I think one thing I can share that is relevant to this question is the state is mandating new reporting requirements. Not everything has been articulated so far to counties, but I think two primary data requirements. One is that all BHSA-funded housing intervention programs, or all participants or beneficiaries of those programs, have to be entered into the HMIS data system. So that's going to immediately impact the level of visibility of the programs being offered across the county. More information is rolling out on those requirements. The other one is, or the other data requirement, they're referring to them as ISL data requirements, or individual service level data, for all non-Medi-Cal billable services that are funded by the Behavioral Health Department are going to be required to be submitted either directly through the county's EHR or Avatar, or in batch reports to the county to be uploaded into Avatar and provided to the state. So there's going to be a significant uptick in level of information about what's happening across all behavioral health funding for housing interventions, and those HMIS requirements are at least the client data entry requirement begins July 1, 2026. The ISL data requirements begin January 1, 2027.
Okay.
So I think we'll have more and more information for both of those in the coming months, I would say.
Okay, and then further, this is the last question, where is our county Office of Homeless Strategies in this whole picture? I think the COC was referenced, I believe the Lead Me Home plan was referenced, but as a county, what is the integration?
So in terms of that, we actually did just have a meeting the other day, Monday, I believe, with Roxanne and others from here really talking about the coordination and the continued coordination and further coordination in several things, including encampment resolution and that continued partnership. We have had behavioral health on the Leadership Council already and bringing back information, but we're just going to need to continue to grow and build that relationship and move forward together and better integrate, and we're committed to doing that.
Well, I guess I'll just leave it, then I'll wrap it up in a bow by saying, some unfortunate transitions that have left some organizations without preventive support and funding that they relied on. This is the brave new world. It's a big task that's ahead of us in terms of making these shifts, but it's certainly housing interventions are needed desperately. And so I'm going to be looking to my colleagues to sort of find out how we can be supportive in this implementation, so we take what we've been given and actually do good things and create a lot with it, right? Like it's desperately needed, and it's not easy. Many of us have been in this world for a long time, and so I really, wish us all the most success possible, and I hope we can make a big impact in this space and all of the spaces that you identified.
Other questions?
Yeah, I'm just reading through and just trying to put, there's a lot of pieces in here and understanding where they fit. There's one deadline for next year, July 1st, 2027, which is that needs to be, I believe, the SMH providers at least one managed care plan are currently at 38%, and they have to be at 60% by July 27. And I'm trying to understand the importance of that and why that goal is there. And is that something that's achievable, or I guess I'm just trying to piece it together how it fits into all this and why it's so important.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look that particular element that you're speaking of up. I don't believe it's a requirement. I believe it's something that the state is asking counties to strive to do, which is, I think it's ensure that a certain percentage, 60% of their SMHS providers, specialty mental health providers, are also contracted with Alliance or CCAH in the county, so that when there's an individual that doesn't meet the specialty mental health services access criteria, that they're not denied services, but that the appropriate funding source is utilized, which is Medi-Cal, MCP covered benefits.
That was on page 86, 88, somewhere around there, but I thought it was mandated, and if we didn't achieve that, we had to come back with a more in-depth plan. I thought that's what I was reading, but again, just trying to piece some of these things together.
I'll look at that, and I just want to reiterate, I think that's the goal is to maximize non-BHSA funding sources first, and then use BHSA dollars for that which Medi-Cal will not reimburse. So that's the intent, and that's the intent of the county in many of their conversations.
So that's what I thought too. So the higher we can get that goal, the better we're utilizing our dollars. So being that we're down at 38%, not at 60, we have a bit of work to do there. The other thing was just I'm having to adjust to this new plan and these new goals here, and I was seeing also in here that we have like 30% overall vacancy rate. I think 37% is what it's stated, and the report on really when listed like 5 positions, well 4 real clear, licensed clinical social workers, mental health rehabilitation specialists, nurse practitioners, registered nurses. So is that high vacancy rate, is that going to impact how we are able to implement some of this?
Supervisor Church, we'll have to check that number, but our bureau's vacancy rate hovers around 20%.
Okay, that's the number it was showed in at 37%.
But if it's specific to like some classifications, then that may be the point. That may be the case because there's classifications that are higher vacancy rates than others.
Okay, because the next question after that was describe any key workforce gaps, and then I went through and said limited staffing with expertise in health information exchange, data sharing, interoperability, as well as limited data analytics capacity. So again, just seeing that shortage there, I did, wanting to try to get an idea of how was that going to, create more challenges for us.
Yeah, as Fabricia was stating, we'll double check that number for you and circle back, but that sounds high. Our overall average rate is about 20%, and again, it might be in specific classifications. There is an increase in data reporting requirements and modifications to our electronic health record to be prepared to do this ISL data reporting as well. So we are seeing more and more requests from the state that are requiring this data IT background as well. So we do have capacity issues there. But we have been continuing to recruit and hire, and we have several things in the pipeline currently for lots of different classifications right now. So I do anticipate our vacancies, some key vacancies will be filled soon.
Okay. Yeah, well, please get back to me on that. That was just a number I pulled out of there, so I'm sure maybe it's in a limited area. But
we'll do that. Thank you.
May I clarify, not really clarify what I shared, but just be more certain. 60% is not a mandate. It is a benchmark that the state is hoping that counties pursue. And the July 1st, 2027 due date, or requirement date is that BHSA funds cannot be used for any Medi-Cal covered benefit starting July 1, 2027. So if there is, if a particular county, any county, is funding a program that's providing non-specialty mental health services to Medi-Cal eligible individuals, they'll be required to contract with their county MCP by July 1, 2027 for those services.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on what Supervisor Daniels brought up originally, just on speaking to the housing interventions piece under the Behavioral Health Services Act. I just wanted to commend the Health Department because on some projects you guys led with Interim Inc. and Sun Street Centers like the Bridge Housing in Marina. A few months ago, you celebrate the one-year anniversary of that. For me, that was a great success, providing those critical services for folks dealing with severe substance abuse issues. And then I think Roxanne, the Health Department, the Housing Authority, sometimes it's the county, sometimes our cities, the Alliance on Health. There's been many partners who have focused on the other projects that we recently realized, the hotel conversion in King City, the one Fairview here, a hotel conversion in Salinas, and obviously the two tiny homes projects. But there's more of those, and there's even potential for two more Project Home Keys. As we all know, we had a major setback because of the nonprofit developer who really is now facing criminal charges, Shangri-La. But we did have two projects, and these were being led by the city of Salinas, but the county was supporting. Obviously, the Goodnight Inn was supposed to be the original hotel conversion project, 101 rooms that could be put to good use. And that second project was the Sanborn Inn hotel conversion project, another 45 units of housing. That's almost another 150 units of housing that if we're able to acquire those properties, we can put them for its original intended use. And I know Roxanne has been looking at ways to be able to piece different partners to make that happen. But those are just two that are front of mind because they were ready to go. They were being worked on until the setback, but doesn't mean that we shouldn't be looking at those as projects that could be and should be shovel ready to move quickly. on the housing intervention side. So thank you, though, for the partnerships, and hopefully, as we're all committed as the chair of the continuum of care, to continue to partner with you to see how we could realize more of these projects in the future, and then keep them operating. Luckily, the state legislature was only going to give counties and continuums of care $500 million. They upped that yesterday in the state budget to $900 million statewide. So that puts us almost where we should have been originally before they cut us back and cut us in half. So it just allows us to have some more resources to get more of this work done. Thank you.
All right, we're just doing a time check on some of our items. So, okay, I do have a number of questions that I wanted to ask about. And I'm just going to go through, and I just want to start with saying, like, I appreciate the work that our behavioral health team has done. I care about this work deeply. It affects our residents in ways that either determines that they have, they and their family have quality of life that we want everyone in our community to have. So I just want to, I'm coming from a place of deep, deep care about our county getting this right, and me as one of our supervisors understanding and having the answers to questions that I'm being asked by community. So thank you. So on page 102, we talk about system gaps. And speaking about housing and system gaps, elsewhere in the report, we talk about exponentially high rates of student homelessness. We talk about just the significance of the housing gaps that exist in our community. But yet we're listing some of these programs like supportive housing, apartments, single and multifamily homes as only being a medium gap in the community. And I'm just wondering how that medium versus high gap was determined. Why wouldn't these also be identified as high gap areas?
The state didn't provide guidance on how to differentiate between low, medium, and high for those. So the county's use of low, medium, and high was high meant that the need was high and the services were not available within the county. Medium for us, for our team in the discussion and planning discussions, meant that the need was still high, but that there were available resources in the county.
Okay. I think that'd be maybe helpful to just put that it was a subjective assessment, because in the spaces that we're in and the community homeless serving spaces, I don't know that the answer would be that we have available housing in those categories. So just want to make that clear. I'd suggest that we edit as a minor edit that you're allowed to make. Consider that. On page 107, we talk about the capital projects. And I just a couple of different comments about the capital projects, but I think that any capital project that we do with behavioral health is going to require significant public and political support. And so as we go through that, it will be important that this board fully understands in advance what's being contemplated, and that the cities that we would be partnering with are active and engaged participants in those conversations. At the beginning of the process, not at the point at which we're, sort of backed up against the corner. So I just wanted to, we had a little bit of a hiccup in the last public process piece, but I want to make sure that we're really clear on that point. On page 111, we talk about stakeholders, and I know that we did communicate on some level with a large variety of stakeholders about the transition between MHSA and BHSA. But what I continue to hear from the stakeholders who are listed in the plan is that the policy considerations that are outlined in the plan they've not been aware of those. How are we choosing the capital projects? How are we choosing the innovation priorities? In what ways will this plan? How will public safety engage with all of this? So I'm hearing that there's maybe been some touch points, but not at a substantive or meaningful level. And so as we think about those stakeholders and the cities, I've touched base with different folks from each of my cities, and I sort of get a blank stare still when I ask the question. And so we have a lot more work to do in that space, and it will be an imperative that our County Homeless Service Director and the Coalition of Homeless Services are at the table when we're talking about capital projects of any kind and where those are placed and how we do public engagement and outreach. On page 114, there's discussion about the HHAP, the HHAP dollars, and an indication that the BHSA, that the County Behavioral Health System receives HHAP dollars, round 6 funding, and that we intend to coordinate the use of HHAP dollars to support the housing needs of BHSA eligible individuals. And I'm just asking the question, has the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers and the Leadership Council who's receiving those HHAP dollars, are they aware of this intention to use those dollars for BHSA eligible populations? Has that conversation occurred, or is this an intention to have a future conversation that hasn't yet happened?
Yeah, I think it's more of the latter, of an intention to have the conversation with them.
Okay, and I guess to the other point of that, is do we know, have those HHAP dollars already been programmed for use on other projects or earmarked for other needs that are prioritized in the Lead Me Home plan? And I think that's some of the stakeholder engagement work that the plan now speaks to a desire to have strong collaboration, but we need that collaboration to be more than just words on paper, because we have a coalition that is programming those dollars and has plans for using them. And if we're indicating to the state that those dollars will also be available for this purpose, we're going to find ourselves at odds with each other internally because we haven't all been at the same table together. On page 120 and 121, it speaks to the two capital projects that we've identified. A recovery residence, and the board and care expansion. And I really appreciate the link to the Home Tools report. I hadn't been familiar with that report, and so it was helpful to know there was something guiding these plans. But this, I'll be honest, this is, seeing in the BHSA plan, this was the first that I've learned about the need for recovery residence and a board and care expansion. And so thinking about how does that fit into the work that the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers is doing, the work that our Homeless Services Director is doing, the work that all of our cities are doing sort of in coordination with one another to line everything up to move these projects forward. I'm very interested in making sure that we maximize the success of these dollars and these programs and projects. But when I look at what's listed here, for example, the recovery residence is listed at being, the recovery residence is listed at expected cost per unit of $104,000 with 6 units. So I don't know of any of our developers that are able to deliver a 12 capacity project for under $700,000. So I'm just wondering, are those reasonable numbers? Have we vetted them with the team that would need to be a part of making them successful? Same thing for the board and care expansion, $41,500 per unit with an estimated 15 units. That would be delivering a facility that has capacity for 30 to 50 people for under $700,000 again. I'm just not sure those numbers are real. And if we're going to put our name and sign off on this as a county, I think it's imperative that we're paying attention to this level of detail. If these are new projects, where they're going to be located is going to be critical. So can you just comment briefly, and I've asked this question before, but comment briefly on are these numbers realistic? Do you have information that we don't have?
So, Supervisor Askew, so some of these numbers came from a innovations project, the Housing Tools report, or the Residential Care Facility Incubator. And so that is an older report. So I think we've shared this in the past, that the numbers might be a little outdated, but we don't have a more recent report that we can reference or say that or
Okay.
point to that would have better numbers.
So to that point, are we locked into these two projects by submitting them in this plan, or will there be additional opportunities for a larger group of stakeholders who maybe have their fingers more in the day-to-day and current numbers to review the housing interventions capital expenditure plan and consider some of the recommendations that were submitted in public comment by our homeless services director with specific recommendations about projects that are moving forward that we could buy into or partner with in a more deliverable way?
Yeah, there are definitely opportunities for the revision of those numbers, the revision of the content within those sections after more coordination with the housing partners and assessment of actual opportunities for those capital development investments.
Okay, I think it would be wise of us to acknowledge the reality that we need to do more work on those projects, more work on identifying, which of those projects might be most feasible and able to be delivered within the time frame of this planning process. And I would encourage us, and I'm going to make some other recommendations to work with the 4-H committee and county team on that point. And then on page 134 of the plan, it references that the plan was submitted to the local behavioral health board and that the Behavioral Health Commission approved the plan. And I do represent this board on the Behavioral Health Commission, and I just want it needs to be noted in the plan that the Behavioral Health Commission held a hearing on the original draft plan, but didn't actually have this draft or the actual public comment to review. And so they were not able to approve the plan that we have in front of us that we'll be approving as a board today. And I think we need to clearly note that in the plan. There's a checkbox in a little section where it talks about what, do we wish to disclose any implementation challenges or concerns with that requirement? I think we just need to be transparent about that. So I think those were my specific questions. I'm going to take it out to public comment, and then I have some recommendations that I'd like us to be able to consider as we move forward. We'll open it up for public comment. Anyone in chambers? Is there anyone online for public comment? All right. We may have exhausted all of our public comment on this with our earlier item. I'm seeing no public comment, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. As I mentioned before, I have spent quite a bit of time on understanding what I can about the behavioral health transition, the plan, the county's plan, and I did put together some thoughts and some recommendations that I think as we, as a board, approve this plan and submit it to the state, that there's some additional actions that we can take to support appropriate oversight of ongoing policy decisions. There's quite a bit of implementation policy that will need to occur as the plan gets put into place and all of the contracts get built out. The plan identifies an intention to collaborate deeply, but what I'm hearing is that collaboration is aspirational and hasn't actually happened yet. So the recommendations that I'm going to lay out are that we request that the Behavioral Health Commission establish a standing BHSA implementation agenda item and receive regular updates about specific components of the plan, about FS full service partnership programming and outcomes, about different elements, and I've listed them out, different elements of the plan, data integration and outcome measurement efforts, housing placement, retention, and homelessness outcomes, utilizations and outcomes of peer support services, since we've heard a lot about that, a few other bullets. A second request that the County Health, Human Services, Housing, and Homelessness Committee, the 4-H committee, take on responsibility for monitoring and advising on the implementation of the housing interventions portion of this plan, which, as I understand, is up to 25% of the total 25% we've put into housing for capital projects. I'm not sure we've fully mapped out what that investment looks like, and I think there's more discussion. I would like to understand better what the thinking is for that. I don't sit on 4-H, but I think it's important that the board's actively engaged in that discussion and understanding where the opportunities lie. I think having the 4-H committee help develop a full housing plan, knowing that in future years we may have increased housing dollars as we move from the 25% allowance up into the fuller 33% of it. But I think having the 4-H committee monitor implementation of the housing interventions component, reviewing the housing intervention 25% capital expenditure plan, helping to support meaningful collaboration with our housing partners and shelter partners, reviewing the Hope Housing relationship. A lot of our housing interventions portion is reliant on the Hope Housing project, which is a fantastic project in Marina. However, we don't own that property. It's owned by the Housing Authority, and they continue to indicate that they don't intend to continue it for this purpose. So I think there's some questions that are outstanding and really need some board engagement on ensuring that we're all working together as we want to be. And then advising on sort of additional strategies that we can be thinking about for BHSA eligible individuals, such as some of the tiny homes that we've been building through our homeless services director, emergency sleeping cabins, ADUs, other things that would increase housing opportunities. And then to monitor some operational policy that will formalize how the coordination happens between homeless response infrastructure, the HMIS system, housing navigation. We continue to hear through public comment that that's not functioning in the ways that we ultimately will want it to be functioning. And then a third request to expand, there's a behavioral health transformation collaborative group, which is the leadership group that behavioral health has that's working on development of the BHSA. I would ask that we ask for the health department to take a look at that, who sits on that behavioral health transformation collaborative, and consider increasing some participation and transparency so that we have we're able to start moving beyond silos and bring some of our county team partners, possibly others, in to ensure that we're building strong collaborative relationships. And then a fourth question would be to ask that Behavioral Health Transformation Committee report back to the Board of Supervisors on a number of points, including data integration, how that increased productivity revenue continues to develop over time, planning for justice-involved individuals. We have another CalAIM initiative, but there are serious disparities faced by our Black residents, and it needs to have our focus and attention. And to have an annual board study session on the BHSA implementation. So I would ask that as I'll make a motion right now to adopt the plan and additionally direct those 4 items: Behavioral Health Commission having a standing implementation item, County 4-H Committee help oversight and monitor of the housing interventions, and the BHT team to take a closer look at participation and transparency, and that the BHT report back to the Board of Supervisors. So I'll make that as a motion. Hold on just 1 second.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, yes, please.
I just want to make a comment on that because I want to make sure that the board is clear that the BHT, the Behavioral Health Transformation Collaborative, is a very informal body. It's not a formal oversight or governing body or commission. I appreciate the intent behind the recommendations, and I really actually, in looking at all 4 of them, agree with 1 and 2, like straight out of the gate. It seems obvious. It would be great to have our Behavioral Health Commission and the commissioners more involved in that oversight and be involved in bringing in those additional partners into that setting as well. I don't know if Fabricio or Shannon really want to speak to the intent behind the Behavioral Health Collaborative. When we started, I think it's been a lot about that an informal process to share information and perspectives. It hasn't necessarily been more formalized or structured in that way. Just quickly, I don't know if you want to share any comments.
And I can just, and I'm to be clear, in whatever way that collaborative is functioning, help us understand what that collaborative, how it functions, who's there. So it's requesting expanded participation and transparency. So as that group, there will be a number of things that need collaboration as outlined in the plan. And whoever and however there's a group that's meeting, The request is that there's expanded participation and transparency, and that we be informed about what that looks like. So it can be broad in its interpretation, I think, but the idea being we have aspirations for collaboration listed clearly in this plan. In order to operationalize those collaborative relationships is going to require a group that is working together to achieve that. So however that needs to happen, keep us informed about what it looks like, is effectively what's listed here.
And Chair, in regards to your motion, it sounded like you were asking 1 and 2 was actually establishing a standing committee and then requesting
number
the
1 is directing the Behavioral Health Commission that already is standing.
I mean, to establish a standing report. I'm sorry. Yeah, but the third one was a consideration. Like you were asking them to consider doing this. So I think in the elaboration that you just made, there's a lot of flexibility there. And the fourth one was also, I mean, in whatever form, reporting back to the Board of Supervisors. That's how I understood your motion.
I think that's how it's written.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could speak to the motion?
Please.
I just think this is beyond what we normally do here. This is like micromanaging the behavioral health unit. And from telling them what they got to put on the agenda. I mean, I served on the commission the previous year, and your meetings go long. There's a lot on there. And here we are telling them you got to do this meeting, this every single meeting. Similar, the standing committees are there, but it should really be the 2 members deciding what items to have regular reports on. And then you go into all these details, these 4 pages. I'm just saying this is unusual, and I just want to speak to that because I think we got a professional team. Let them do their job. This is a new area of law. They're figuring it out. Every other county is figuring it out. I don't think early on this is the time to be telling the staff, this is what we want you to do, this is how you should do it. It just, I haven't seen it in my 10 years on the board. This is rarely the first time I'm seeing this done, trying to tell the staff all what they should be doing and all these different recommendations. They got a lot on their plate, and from care court to many other very time-consuming, resource-intensive programs. I want to be considerate of their workload as well. I know that I agree. The 10 is good, but also sometimes where we as supervisors, we end up trying to do too much and getting ahead of the team of being able to carry out your work under new law in a policy area that is still being figured out, and not to mention the many other areas that you still have to work and find consistent funding on. You know, sometimes the legislature wants you to do something and then they don't give you the resources needed. Care court is one of those examples. Very expensive, very time and resource intensive, but the state doesn't always fully fund, doesn't reimburse us all that is needed there. So that's what has me wanting to speak to this. I just think this is not our normal role as supervisors to be micromanaging in this way.
Yeah, I think there's more work to do if we're going to give direction like this. I think it was clear just hearing from staff that the body that we're trying to give direction to isn't the type of body we think it is. So I'm not comfortable supporting the motion as is today. I'm comfortable with what staff has brought forward as I was the last time. I know there was a desire to bring it back again. I'm just not there. So I'm comfortable supporting what staff has put forward at this time.
I'll just, and I appreciate my colleagues, and I appreciate protecting our staff time. This is a $40 million investment annually, serving some of our most vulnerable residents. And I do feel very strongly that given the public feedback that was received with the plan, I read through every public comment that was received and sat through a number of hearings. The public is looking to us to ensure that there's oversight in the implementation of this. So I hear you, but would hope that we can, we can bring them back as a board referral if that's preferred, but I think these are really fair and reasonable requests to make. But go ahead.
I guess just, I'm, before voting on it, I'd like to have some input from staff, which a board referral would give. So, I mean, I feel more comfortable if you went that way, just because it's difficult for me to read this while we're listening to the presentation too. So I'm not, not opposed to it, but want to get a little staff input before we actually direct, and then also just to be assimilated it all too. And just on the other thing, just to help it out, I did send an email from a screenshot on that 37% that I was concerned about. It's on page 130, and it does refer to clinical workers there. So, want to make sure we're well staffed. We go into this. Thank you.
If I could make a substitute motion just to approve 13A through D. Thank you.
If I could just comment on the motion still. I just want to thank you, Supervisor Askew. I mean, this is California we're talking about. Millions of dollars in failed investments, and here you've come forward and you've asked for basically two really simple things that it sounded like staff agreed with. Just a regular agenda item at the Behavioral Health Commission on an update, because we're making dramatic changes in our policies here in Monterey County, and we want to see outcomes. We don't want to see wasted expenditures and wasted time that nobody has. The second thing it sounds like you asked for was if the 4-H committee could monitor and advise, in particular on this 25% investment. And I think that seems very practical. And if staff doesn't like that, then let's just have them come back with some other way. That was the first question I asked. How are we going to be overseeing this, and how are we going to be measuring and monitoring the outcomes of this major transition? And so if my colleagues aren't interested in that level of transparency, then come up with something else. But I appreciate it. I'm sorry that it was too much to read the 4 pages, but if you look at the bulleted part that's in highlight, it's outlined in bold, I think it's pretty obvious what was in this document.
And I'm happy to bring it back as a board referral so that there can be, and I get it, right? Like there's no way for me to share this with you all except for here at the dais. And so that's just the nature of the Brown Act, that we can only share this information in the public meeting, in the public space. So I'm happy to return this as a board referral. I just thought here, our agendas are very full. We try to pack a lot in. We're doing a lot of work. And if I can, it sounds like staff is comfortable with the first 2 items. And the third one, we could just, it's the group that's doing the implementation work. I'm just asking that we have them consider who sits on that body, who's working with them on implementation, and that they're letting us know how it's going. So, but I'll bring it.
What's the substitute motion, staff recommendation?
Yes, staff recommendation. And I did want to say, though, it's happened once before this year, but in my 10 years, I'm the longest serving board member. When we have an item, let's say it's not Behavioral Health Bureau, let's say it's not TIVIDAD or Randy Issues Department, no other supervisor has said, we're voting on something, and here's my memo and all the things I want instituted, and I want this included in the motion. When it wasn't not agendized, the subject matter has been agendized, but all these 4 pages worth of recommendations have not. The supervisors haven't had a chance to read through it. The staff hasn't had a chance to get feedback from them and their team. I'm just saying that is not the normal way we've done business as a board member. I think any supervisor does that, where one colleague brings a memo and said, I want this to be in my motion, when we just read it here a few minutes ago. That's all I'm speaking to. Let's follow our traditional process. If there's something else, that's why we have the referral process. We should go through that. And just because you're doing a quarterly report on something doesn't mean that it's not being transparent. This is a new law. Our staff is going to be giving regular reports on updates. And just because you say you put it on the agenda, or you're going to put it on the behavioral health agenda, that doesn't mean, oh, it's all going to run good. There's all going to be all kinds of transparency. That's not the case. It's our staff doing the work and implementing it and giving us the updates, which they usually, that's their job to do as they carry out a new ballot measure and its implementation within our own respective county. That's why I'm saying this is not a normal process, and that's why I think it gives us some reservation.
Okay, so
hold on. We have a motion and a second. We have a substitute motion and a second. Okay.
Well, okay, yeah, I'm not going to completely agree with Supervisor Alejo totally on that, because we make changes all the time on things that come up here. All I'm really wanting to see is, because it's a list of comprehensive, I was wanting to kind of get some feedback from staff first. So, instead of actually doing a referral, and I'm happy to to vote and approve this, and then ask staff to maybe just come back with some recommendations or some thoughts on this at that point. And at that point, we could move ahead around with it. And that's all I'm really wanting to get out of it, because it is a little more extensive.
So why don't we vote on the substitute motion that's in front of us, and then we can give second direction, take a second.
I think you can actually make one more substitute motion according to Robert's rules. I know a previous council did not like 3, but I think Robert's rules allows 3.
I'm not in love with 3, but I think Robert's rules allows 3.
So I will make a substitute to the substitute then, that, do we go to approve, and then we ask staff to come back with an analysis on this.
So effectively treating the memo as a referral in
basically, and I'm just trying to save a step for you. Have to go ahead and do that.
Great.
And County Council, just in terms of procedure, we've never done that.
No, Robert's rules allows that, and that's what we're doing, and we follow Robert's rules.
I'm just saying, this is a question for County Council on the process.
It is a question for County Council, and we just asked County Council.
We've been 10 years on this board, and we've never done substitute to the substitute motion.
As this board knows, the ordinances we have, unfortunately, are from 1979. I am looking to standardize those things. Right now, our ordinances do fall back on Robert's rules if it's not enumerated in the code. I don't think it's enumerated in the code. We could take a short recess, and I could make sure, but or we can.
Or we can vote this down, and I'll make the motion. That might be easier. Then it'll give you a chance to look into it for the future.
Supervisor Church, it's very easy. I could agree to accept your added as a friendly amendment to the motion, and then we're all good.
Okay, then that's good too.
We just got to be able to talk to each other and find the reasonable middle ground to be able to get there.
All right, so we have a friendly amendment to the substitute motion. Is staff clear on the friendly amendment to the substitute motion? I'm looking at Sonia.
I think it's clear.
Are you good at that, Supervisor Lopez? You were the second on there. Okay.
And the staff is clear on the question.
I just want to make sure the staff that's bringing it back has that clarity. My understanding is the motion was to accept staff's recommendation, but then the friendly amendment was to bring it back with a plan, which Director Menace was planning to do just that. So I think we're in agreement.
Awesome.
Yes, as was referenced, we do have a chair for our H4S committee as well as for our Behavioral Health Commission, and so we'd like the opportunity to chat with them about adding a standing item to their meetings to specifically talk about how we're progressing through implementing the integrated plan. And then on the last 3 and 4, we would really like to convene with the stakeholders. There already are a lot of organized bodies. We have the Leadership Council, which we have a seat on. They're stepping up. There's the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. There's the CCP. I mean, there are so many other bodies that already exist that maybe there's an opportunity to integrate what we're doing in the Behavioral Health Integrated Plan within those structures, as opposed to creating another committee for people to attend to. Again, I just want to remind us, behavioral health is one piece of the puzzle, and everybody else plays a role in terms of supporting our residents who are experiencing homelessness, SMI, et cetera. And so we'd like the opportunity to convene with those groups to see what makes sense for everybody.
Great, thank you so much. And I will just acknowledge and recognize it is not common to arrive with a written description, but I wanted to make sure that my requests were clear, my comments were clear, and that I'm communicating them in a way that we're all on the same page. So that's why I've put them in writing after spending a good portion of the weekend diving deeper into this particular plan. As I mentioned, it is a $40 million investment, and I do think it's imperative that this board take full responsibility for ensuring that we're aware of the policy considerations that are being discussed and contemplated, and that we're fully committed to the success of this $40 for our residents that we're doing this work together. So with that, I'll just say thank you all for the robust discussion, and again, a huge appreciation to our behavioral health team and to all of the partner agencies who are listed in the plan, who will be critical to our ability to successfully implement what's included in the plan.
So thank you very much. And just so I'm clear, since we're all trying to be clear, I just want to make sure that the action items that we came requesting today for the plan to be approved and the chair to complete the certification.
They're in the motion.
It's not been voted on.
I just want to make sure it didn't get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So we're going to, we have not voted yet. So we're going to vote now. So all in favor of the motion with the substitute, or it's the substitute motion with the friendly amendment. Sorry. Aye. All right. Thank you. It is now approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to do a quick check on our agenda real quick. Hold on. Okay, so we have a 4 o'clock hard stop today for another activity. So we'll be continuing item number 15, 16, 17, and 19. Yep.
So to clarify,
15, 16, 17, and 19 will be continued to a future meeting date, and we should be done by 4 o'clock if we continue on. Okay. So we'll continue on with item number 14.
art reception.
There's an arts council reception that begins promptly at 4 o'clock. So we'll continue on with item number 14.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Askew and members of the board. My name is Karina Moreno, and I am the Administrative Services Assistant for the EMS agency. I am here today to request your board's approval of the resolution authorizing the levy of the EMS system special tax for fiscal year 26-27. The proposed tax rate is $12 per unit, which is the same rate that it has been since fiscal year 2000 to 2001. This special tax is assessed in accordance with the Monterey County land use codes. The basic assessment is a single family dwelling. All other land uses are either a percentage or a multiple of that basic unit. This concludes my presentation, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Great, thank you. I'm going to open this up to public comment on item number 14, our EMS services special tax. Anyone in chambers? Anyone online? All right, no public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion from Alejo, a second from Daniels. All in favor? Aye.
One no.
One no. Any comment?
I continue to be frustrated with this structure and the way that it overlays with the prison and its impact on my community with the placement of ambulances. I don't feel I got a fair shake in the last go round, so I can't support continuing without addressing that head on. Thank you.
Is there any request for what we can do moving forward to address
do it in this portion of the process. It's going to take the next, but I want to be clear on record that my community is being negatively impacted by this structure.
Got it. Thank you. So that was, and just for the record, did we get Supervisor Church? Your vote was, so it was a 4-1? Yes. 4-1. Okay. Got it. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Motion is approved. We are continuing 15, 16, 17. Okay, so we'll go to item number 18, which is just a readout.
We did receive a referral from Supervisor Askew related to the resolution about commitment to constitutional order. This is an item that Supervisor Askew would like to be considered, and we've gone ahead and placed it on the agenda for the first report out to come back in 21 days, approximately.
Great. And does that come back as a resolution or as a discussion and then a resolution?
It comes back as discussion.
Discussion. Okay. Thank you. All right. CAO comments?
I'll reserve today. Thank you.
Okay. And we do need to come back to the sheriff's item. And we did get some additional information. Do we have the sheriff with us online?
Yes, Jason is stepping in for undersheriff. Undersheriff is in a different time zone, so he's asked Jason to step in.
Got it. Jason, we have an updated spreadsheet. Are we able to put that up on the screen?
Okay. All right. I'm actually on the phone with him right now, and he actually just logged back on and is going to present.
His hand is raised on the, okay. Keith, we're promoting you to a panelist.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Thanks for joining us again.
I was been talking with Michael Beaton. We've been going over data and stuff, so I wanted to make sure everything was accurate. So let me share my screen. Members of the board, what you're looking at is a Excel spreadsheet that shows from fiscal year 18 through 27. I was able to get with HR and get the data for the 3 years I didn't have for filled. So we have the data which shows 3 categories. The first block is Deputy Sheriff Corrections. It shows FTE that are allocated. Then it has those that were funded, and then it has positions that were filled. The same columns exist for Deputy Sheriff Enforcement and for our professional staff that serve at the Sheriff's Office. And what this does is it shows the annual allocation of positions, and directly next to it, it shows the funded. You'll notice in fiscal year 21, the Deputy Sheriff's Corrections were allocated at 157 and only funded at 152. I've asked for further research on this because it was prior to my time at the Sheriff's Office, and those I spoke with didn't have the details on what led to that decision at that time to unfund those positions. In addition, that same year, 10 deputy sheriffs on the operations side and enforcement were unfunded. And then the following year, the deputy sheriffs on enforcement were refunded, but we maintained 5 unfunded in fiscal year 22 for corrections. In fiscal year 23, there were 5 unfunded in corrections. They were refunded in 24. And then this past fiscal year, the current fiscal year we're in, we saw a defunding or not a defunding, but 5 positions were not funded for the enforcement. But this is the chart. I believe this is what you asked for, to show the year over year trends of what was allocated, what was funded, and what was filled.
Yes.
There's a column there that shows our point in time for right now. So
this is exactly what we were looking for. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll bring it back to the board. So there's a request for 6 positions to be funded with contingency. Can I ask a question, please?
So, so in terms of the column that says deputies filled, so that means that between 2018 and today, we've gone from 142 to 151. Is that am I looking at the right column? We can assume there are more deputies. And are they, this doesn't account for where they are though, whether it's in the jail or on patrol, correct?
No, so deputy corrections filled are the filled positions in the jail, and deputy sheriff.
They both say corrections. Am I wrong? Funded and
one
filled.
Says enforcement.
Oh, here we go.
One says corrections.
So in between, so corrections has gone up, but enforcement numbers have gone down. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we went from 113 in 2018 to 96.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I needed. Thank you. And the 7 positions, can you remind me where they're going to be?
They are operations, so they are patrol-based enforcement. So if they're funded, they would be for the patrol side of the organization. They would, if they're funded, that 96 that 96 in fiscal year 23, the last line, would go to 103.
Okay. Okay.
Are we looking at 7 positions or 6? You said 6, but I thought we said 7.
Excuse me. It would go to 102 because it's correct. With 6, it would be 102, not.
It's 7 that we're looking at, right?
The request is for
Correct.
7 positions at just under $190,000 per year.
So it would be 103 positions when we're done.
If you do them all.
If we do 7. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Nope. Anyone would like to propose a motion?
I'll see if her support is, but I'm going to make a motion to do the funding for the 7 positions.
Do we have a motion from Church, a second from Lopez to fund 7 deputy sheriff enforcement positions for a total of $1.298 thousand? Was that $1,298,829? And that would be from contingencies. Is your mic on?
And how much does that leave us remaining or contingency with almost 1.3 million?
The contingency that's being adopted is a little over 9 million. Deja or Michael, are you on the line?
Yeah, this is thank you, Board. Michael Beaton, Assistant CAO. So I think our contingency was set around 9.4 million, and reducing it by the 1.3 million would obviously keep us about 8.1 million. So.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you for the additional information, Under Sheriff. It was helpful for us in making an informed decision today.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Appreciate your allowing me to come back this afternoon with the additional information.
All right, we're going to move along to our administrator comments.
No comments to be provided today. Thank you.
No comments. All right. And any board comments? Glenn?
I'll just say tomorrow we'll have a town hall in Moss Landing, 5:30 at the Harbor District's office. And also glad to have attended the last Friday, the Port of Io House. I wasn't there. The grand opening is going to be next year, but it was a sort of a soft announcement of the work that's been done there, and was proud to have received an award as for the Historical Society as Preservationist of the Year. So that would be it. Thank you.
We had a great listening session last night in King City. We had about 25 people show up for that. Looking forward to the next one in Gonzales, which will be next Monday. I was supposed to be in D.C. next week, but that just got canceled, so I will be here next week. So yeah, I look forward to seeing you all again.
Yeah, thank you. I joined Supervisor Church and that celebration of the Porter Vallejo Mansion. I just want to recognize the Public Works, Parks and Facilities staff did an amazing job with their subcontractors in renovating that building. And as Supervisor Church mentioned, they're going to now focus on the inside, which, well, is a year's worth of work to open the library, but with an elevator and stairs, should be able to put the second and third floors to good use. But I just really want to thank, it came out really nice, and it was great that Supervisor Church and the facilities team were recognized for their great restoration work. This Friday is Juneteenth. I think this is our 3rd year the county celebrates that for our county employees, so I want to wish everybody happy Juneteenth. And also, I just wanted to mention my Young Supervisors program is going on. This is the 10th year we're doing this, and we have a deadline by June 20, so I want to encourage any young people. We focus on District 1, but we've never rejected anybody. We've had youth from Carmel, Seaside, Watsonville. I think one year we had somebody from Morgan Hill come, but most of them are from Salinas, but we never like turning our young people away if we can accommodate them. And just ran one on Friday in Pajaro, one of your constituents from Seaside. she's going to be attending UC Berkeley next year. So she was really excited. She saw us out there, and her dad stopped by as they were getting their vaccinations at the Clínica de Salud clinic next door. And then tomorrow I'll just be in Sacramento for a CSAC groundbreaking or ribbon cutting for our CSAC headquarters that we're rebuilding from the inside out, just a block from the Capitol. Thank you.
I did get to go to the Juneteenth celebration in Seaside on Saturday, and I had so much fun. They had really incredible music and all sorts of fun engagement, and it was just a lovely celebration. I also got to go on, I think it was Friday, to an event marking the receiving of San Clemente Dam property from Cal-Am to UC Hastings, and it was a really wonderful event overlooking where the dam once stood, and that was really hot but really wonderful. And I wanted to take the opportunity. Today was the first day of one of my interns for the summer's job, and his name is Jack Norman. You might have seen him or met him during our lunch break, but he's a Carmel High School graduate and was the student representative on the school board when he was at Carmel High School. He's currently an incoming senior at Stanford University, and in 4 years he's doing a dual track, both undergraduate and graduate program in public policy with a minor in music. And he enjoys intramural sports, including basketball, pickleball, and flag football. He's the current chair for Stanford in government and lives with his family in Tierra Grande in District 5. So we're looking forward to working with him. He's particularly interested in housing policy, and I'm sure we'll have a great summer. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just give a huge shout out to the Monterey County Black Caucus for hosting the most incredible, biggest celebratory Juneteenth event that I've ever been to. Laguna Grande and Seaside was full of people and music and food and dancing and just a lot of joy. So great work, fantastic day for everyone. And I hope everyone enjoys this Friday. We also had some office hours at the Seaside Library and got a chance to chat with a number of community residents who just had lots of questions about all sorts of different topics. My staff attended the My Life Story in Salinas, and I was able to kick off the Monterey County Business Council Speakers Series last week at Tarpey's, one of my favorite restaurants in District 4. I wanted to just also say thank you, Sonia, the team, Nick, and Eric from IT were able to get updated maps posted on the Monterey County Know Your Rights immigration website that include the comprehensive map of federal land within District 4. There's quite a bit of federal property that folks have to navigate through, and we now have that posted online and are able to share that with residents. So just want to say a huge thank you for getting that through the process and updated. That's all I have for today. We do want to, I'll do later, yeah. I do want to invite everyone to a reception that will be occurring at 4 o'clock. The artist reception, the 5 classical elements will be happening right outside in the board, right outside the board chambers here at the Government Center. We do invite everyone to walk downstairs if you're in the building and join us for that event. We will go to final readout from closed session.
Thank you, Chair. In DSCC versus Donald J. Trump, DC Circuit Case number 265193, this board unanimously agreed to join an amicus brief in support of voter rights and local control over elections.
Great, thank you. And with that, we are adjourned. We'll be meeting back here again next Tuesday.